That was dumb. Damn. First stream back and I'm having technical difficulties. I'm a real streamer again. Well, how are we doing? I was having technical difficulties and I thought it was going to affect the stream, but it turns out all I did was make it worse. I see. Admiral Paco, good to see you here. Sammy Depresso, good to see you. I see you on Twitter a lot. Philosopher's Lover, good to see you here. TJB0607, hello. I see a couple people in YouTube chat too. Hello, Yvette. Hello, Kiki Kawaii Watermelon Cosplay. Came out as trans to a coworker on Friday. They don't get it, but they're trying to be supportive. Based. That is, that's good. I'll take the progress, you know? Hello, Zach Harold in YouTube chat. How are we all doing tonight? Because I am doing great. My kitty's here, cleaning herself. Hey, you. Hello, Aztec. You just missed your music, and you also just missed me messing up your music because, you know, technical difficulties, and I made it worse. Hello, DS Shadow. I'm glad you think so. This is a brand new dress. It was a birthday gift from Aztec, actually. Pretty sure she just paid attention to the links that I've been spamming of stuff that I've been looking at. Yeah, birthday gifts. If you don't know, my birthday is in 2 days. And yeah, it's a birthday. It's a day. But if you want to consider getting me a lovely gift, the best gift in the world that you could give me would be subscribing and smashing the. I'm just kidding. But it would be to potentially get a subscription on the website or become a channel member on the channel. Or you could just donate either on the website or through Streamlabs or becoming a patron. The link to my Patreon is on the website. You can see it up top. Or if you're in YouTube chat, you can see it there too. Or if you feel really, really kind, you could donate to my GoFundMe, which is actually relevant right now. Oh, Sammy Depresso. I don't actually know what the site commands are. I need to get those. But I will post the link spams in the chat for all of you if you would like. You can do those spams on you can do those on YouTube chat, but I do not know what links are in the site chat. So I will just post for you. Here is the GoFundMe. Oh, also, wait, I just forgot. The GoFundMe is actually on the website too. Up at the top of the website, you can see a little tab that says Saige's GoFundMe, right next to Poppy's GoFundMe. But I can explain why that's relevant. If you saw on Twitter, you already know this, but in addition to it being my birthday in a few days, my second consult for bottom surgery is next week. It is a week from my birthday, actually, 7 days after my birthday. And I'm really nervous and excited, both at the same time. But, oh wow, it has been exactly 2 minutes and you're already ready to go out. Okay. All right. Also, yeah, like my consult for surgery is in just a couple of weeks, and after that I will be getting scheduled. I will probably be scheduled, I want to say somewhere in January or February, probably. I don't know that for certain. We'll find out the actual date after I get scheduled, but it's probably going to be somewhere around there. But that does mean I need to start pushing the GoFundMe a little bit more as that date gets closer. Also, let me know how the audio sounds, because I have a fan going right now, and I don't know if it's like fucking up the audio because I can't hear anything. Normally, I would have done that before getting on the camera, but you know, I'm a dumbass, so sound good to me. Sweet. You don't hear the fan? Holy shit. I don't have to like die of heat death while streaming. I love that for me. I see Transpersian in chat. Hello. All right, looks like the consensus is that the audio is good. Tonight's going to be a big stream in that I'm talking about two fairly important things. Fan cuts in slightly when talking, but it's real quiet. All right, well, if it gets too bad and I find that like the videos aren't as good because of it, then we will address that then. So yeah. But it is, we are talking about a couple of like big things. I'm sure you saw the title of the stream. We are going to have to do it in the opposite order that's listed in the stream, mostly because I want all of you to stick around, because I know most of you are just here for the Soulbunni thing. That's called engagement bait. But yeah, we do have to talk about this stuff. It's, yeah, streamer tactics. It's really infuriating, honestly. The stuff that we're talking about today. Oh, thank you, Sammy. That's very nice of you. And oh, I should address this too, because it's been a minute since I streamed, and I was going to have like a deadline, but then I took my break, and I will explain that a little bit. But you can see that there's the stream goal at the bottom of the screen, and that is because prior to taking my break, my intention was to do like a donation goal chain. I would like to try to get to $100 in donation goals, so that on another stream, like I'm not gonna, you know, end the stream and then change, but on another stream, I will do the Catgirl outfit with my beans and such. And then I'm also thinking that after another $100, I'll do a stream with the Catmaid outfit on. So, if you would like to see that, then we'll pay for Catmaid outfit. Just not today because I need next check. Fair. Then I guess I'll have to wait till next stream. But the Catmaid outfit is not the goal today. The goal today is the Catgirl outfit. Which is the more safe version. Yes, Catgirl stream. I should make a donation goal because, okay, so like, I found a thing while cleaning the other day. I've had this for like damn near 10 years at this point. I do not remember where I got it. I do not remember exactly when I got it, just that I got it for like around the time I was 16 or 17. I could show it to you all if you would like. It is this. Now, some of you have blowhighs. I took matters into my own hand and became the blowhigh. I need you all to know that I just about started the stream wearing this. Just for the memes. And I probably should have. But I think it would be more funny to set up a donation goal for me to do an entire stream wearing this. Oh yeah, Transpersian. I would love that. I would love, like, I'm not gonna put it on, but I would love to have all of the like out of context clips with this fucking thing on. That would be so fucking funny. Are you saying I would be hotter as a shark? Aztec? Because that's what I'm hearing, is that I would be my most hot as a shark. I played the fifth, yeah. That's what I thought. Shark head plus cat made outfit? We need this. Alright, so here's the deal. $100, we get the Catgirl stream. $200, we get the Catmaid stream. $300. Actually, no, let's make it $350. We'll do the Catmaid Shark stream. The Cat Shark. I think this is a good idea. Ask me on Friday. Well, unfortunately, I won't be here on Friday. Wait, that sounded more ominous than I intended it. I'm not going to be here, like, physically in this room on Friday. There is such a thing as a cat shark? The link? The linky? What if we get if I donate $301 lizards? Probably a very scared Saige. if I'm being honest with you. All right, let's take a look at Cat Shark. This is Cat Shark. I love him. He is baby. It is a very cute shark. It does kind of look like a cross between a catfish and a shark. Yeah, I also want to boop. I would very much like to boop that shark's snoot. I know I'm just kind of killing time, but honestly, it's good to be back. The long story short of my, taking a small break from streaming. The long story short on that is I was dealing with a lot of mental health shit. And a lot of that was just compounding and making me very, very not well. I was acting very erratic. I was incredibly, um, incredibly not okay, mentally speaking. And so much of that, like, I needed to just like take a break. And it was worse because, like, you all know, Twitter is a dumpster fire, and being online, having all of that like discourse just at me 24/7 while I'm dealing with this was like I couldn't do it. So I needed to take a break. But I'm glad that I'm back. And I'm glad that I'm able to like get a stream in, because I was really concerned that I wasn't going to be able to stream till the 21st, which, to be clear, is the last time I'm going to be able to stream for now. Unless something else happens, unless like some other thing happens and I'm like able to, I'm not going to be able to stream again until the 21st. So, you know, the story for that is, as I mentioned earlier, my consult for bottom surgery is next week, and I have to travel out of state to get there, because I'm seeing the same medical team that Poppy is seeing. So I am heading up there on Friday to stay with them, and then going to my appointment the next week. We also have other things this weekend. But yeah, so I won't be back until, like, I won't be back home until next week in the middle of the week, and then I won't be able to actually stream because of my job um, until that weekend. So hopefully I'll be able to stream on the 21st. That's the plan anyway. Also, I see Red Rebel in chat. Hello. You made it this time. If I remember correctly, you got here like at the tail end of the last stream. I see Amber Richards in YouTube chat. Hello. Also, if you're in YouTube chat and you want to be on the screen, I am being hosted by Xena and Poppy on their website, transgirltherapist.org. There should be a link in the YouTube chat if you'd like scroll up just a little bit, or you can do bang site. And that will also trigger the bot. And overall, the Foundation chat is the most based streamer chat. We all know this. Yes, it is the cool people chat. Is your room really big, or are you just tiny? My room is actually tiny. I am much bigger in this space than it looks on screen. My room actually really is tiny. It just looks bigger because I have a big bed. But in reality, like, there's only a little bit of space that I have. Before we get started on the segments, I am once again going to shill, because I do want to remind all of you, any donations or any subscriptions that are made on the site while I am streaming go to me. Zena and Poppy and I have an agreement, so anything that you donate on the site or any tiered sub that you get on the site today while I am streaming will go to me, and also count towards the donation goal. I hate shilling, but also, like, you know, capitalism. I'm seeing Christy Brown in YouTube chat. Hello. I am just about ready, I think, to get started. It looks like we have a decent number of people here. Decent number of people who have been chatting. Gotta shill harder. I know I should shill harder. Like, I should do it more often. I should make more posts on Twitter. I should do, you know, more on the streams. And I get uncomfortable about it. I hate asking people for money. Do I have enough people to fill an Among Us lobby? I do have enough people that know that that is not a relevant meme. But also, yes, probably. To be fair, Paco, I should be telling people to like and subscribe more. Got him. Oh yeah. Yes, likes are free. They are free. So are subscriptions. I should do the thing that YouTubers did, like, back in like 2018, when it was just like every YouTube channel was like, only a small percentage of my viewers are subscribed to my channel. Like, I should do that, I think. YouTube chat is my domain. That's fair. Hello, Ixtrums. Good to see you. That's a good meme. Yeah. I remember those days when, like, every YouTube video was like, only a small percentage of my viewers are subscribed to the channel. Like, it was so fucking funny. Is this a front for your cosplay habit? Yes. Yes, it is. I have an issue. Some YouTubers do it to this day. I have no doubt. I have no doubt that it's still happening. I don't see it as much anymore. And you know what? We need to bring it back. We need to bring back that meme. Stage cosplay arc. Honestly, I would love to do a cosplay arc. Honestly, like, I'm in the cocktail dress, right? And all I'm thinking right now is, I so fucking want to do a Peggy Carter cosplay. That's still like one of my like most desired cosplays to do. It would be so simple, and I think I could do it well. In uniform, I was thinking Peggy Carter from the Agent Carter TV series. That's what I have in my head. Which, by the way, is a really good show, and you all should watch it. You know, that's fair, Christy. It is annoying, but, like, that's what made it funny for me. It was like, at a point it almost became self-aware. Like people knew that it was annoying and people knew that like everyone was only doing it because everyone else was doing it. That's what's really like makes it funny for me. I got blue sky today. Wow. Y'all gotta get me some of that. Somebody get me one of those invite links. Because I would definitely like to check it out. Nice. I'm gonna hold you to that. You're gonna see a notice in your inbox. Oh yeah, if you're self-aware, then all is forgiven. Yeah, that is another trope that I have kind of gotten tired of the like if like the it's okay for me to do this thing because I'm self-aware that I'm doing it. Based. When is the Voosh video coming out? As soon as the segment is done. So if anyone's wondering, I posted on Twitter the meme. You all saw that Jesse Gender is apparently releasing a video on Vosh. Did you miss the drama? You did not. We are going to be starting soon. What did Vosh do? Well, what didn't he do? Vosh has done everything from literally 9/11. He has personally he has personally recruited child soldiers to fight for American imperialism. Vosh killed Bambi. Yeah, Vosh killed Bambi's mother. Vosh did do January 6th. He was the primary reason that January 6th happened. And I'm sure he's going to do it again. Yes, you mean the Kharkiv Kid Finder. But yeah, basically Jessie Gender tweeted that she was making a video about Vosh. So like the meme was everyone else saying like my next video is going to be about Vosh, which I did jump on. But then the Soulbunni thing happened, and so my next video actually is going to kind of be about Vosh, which is really fucking funny. You know, that's fair, Alphanaut. I would if you're not like feeling it, there is no shame in skipping this one for now. I will be posting videos later, so you'll be able to catch up if you would like to. Oh, hello, NetSpace. Good to see you. You know, we do need to get a self-care command in chat. That would be really good. I should get like an emote for self-care. I only got through about half of Soulbunni's vid before I had to take care of kiddos. Well, you're in luck, Dean's Shadow, because we are going to be watching that video today. I did watch the video, just to be clear. I have done the cardinal sin of streamers, which is pre-watch the thing I'm going to be watching. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I do that every time. I have not, except for one instance, have I watched a video like blind. The reason for that is just starting out, I've not really been as confident in my ability to do kind of the off-the-cuff live reaction yet. I'm getting a little bit better at it as I've been, you know, doing more of it privately. But I haven't really gotten to the point where I'm comfortable doing it just yet. And, you know, I hope that doesn't ruin the experience for you, but I have watched the video. But the important thing, the reason why I did was I wanted to make sure that all of my thoughts were coherent, because I'm going to be going through it again. And I'm sure I'm going to have much the same reaction that I had when I first watched it. Also, there are always things that you miss and things that you like didn't notice through a first watch. So that is my little secret that I do generally pre-watch. It's something that I'm going to start doing less of as I get a little bit better, but yes, the wild bimbo needs time to plan her attack. It is because I'm a bimbo. That is actually the reason. That's not even a joke. It literally is. I am a bimbo. Yeah, between me and the video, at least one thing in the stream is going to need to be coherent. So, but we are going to watch it. I think we're going to have a good time, even though this is going to be kind of tough. Even though we all know the thing that happened in the Soulbunni video, it is going to be, I think, a good experience at least. Although the video is fucking 40 minutes long, so we'll see. I don't know the thing. You don't know the thing, Transpersian? Oh, no one spoil it in chat. Literally, I swear to God, if you spoil it in chat, I will ban you. We're gonna let it happen. I swear to God, Dan Shadow. I let you get away with ruining combos. You need to let me have this. Yes, the thing is Taco Tuesday, Risa. That is the thing. Also, hello. Oh, Red Rebel, you don't know either? Cool. Then it's going to be really great when we get to it. But we're not going to do it just yet. We're starting with Sabine Hossenfelder. Yeah, just like the thing was real bad. Yeah, I am a tease. This is called engagement. Y'all are going to stick around now. All right, do we want to start? Let's do this. We got enough people, I think. All right. I am going. Yes, let's do a combo. I want you all to do a combo. We'll start it on a good combo. Can we get it? Gotta get those oofs in. Felix Rios in YouTube chat. Hello, first time chatter who is also an M from Demon Mama's community and loves seeing more trans content creators in the space. I have no clue what the twist is. Well, I'm really glad to have you here. Welcome to stream. Also, based from Demon Mama's community. Another one of my clones. See, I told you, Dean's Shadow, you do ruin combo. But yeah, I'm glad to have you here. If you would like to be on chat, in the site chat, I'm being hosted at Xena and Poppy's site, which is transgirltherapist.org. You can see the link in the chat. If not, you're cool to just chill in YouTube chat, but we are pretty good. All right, let's do it. Let's go. We're gonna do Sabine Hossenfelder. So let's do this. Hi. We are going to talk about a specific YouTuber who I'm sure pretty much everyone's gone over already, but I wanted to talk about it. So, Sabine Hossenfelder. My understanding, she is a physicist. I forget which country she's from, but she is a physicist. She's very well respected in her field. She makes science YouTube videos, and recently, from what I gather, I didn't know that much about her going in. I had only recently become aware of her. But from what I gather, she's been dipping her toes into doing more social issues in her content. And if I remember correctly, she made a video once about like trans women in sports. And from what I've heard, that video was good. So when I go into this critiquing Sabine, I want everyone to know if you enjoy her content or if you have gotten good things out of her work, that's fine. I don't actually think that she is malicious. I think that she genuinely believes that she is doing like centrism in the like issue, that she's being unbiased, which is its own problem, but I do want to look at this video. She's a German theoretical physicist. Okay. So we're going to look at her video. I'm not going to be watching the whole thing today. I have already watched it. Most people have already watched it. As YouTube user remains anonymous in YouTube chat said, Rebecca Watson did a good video on this. I've heard Riverboat Jack watch the video and had a good reaction to it. So if you want to watch the entire thing with someone, you can check out those. I will be looking at specific timestamps and talking a little bit more about the overall issue with her video. So we are going to start. I have all the timestamps like right here. I'm gonna get my headphones ready, and we are going to watch this. All right. Okay. And you're gonna have to let me know if the audio is bad, and then we'll be ready. So I'm gonna do a check. So let me know if this is good or not.
Should transgender teens transition?
We good? Okay. I know you all are probably getting a lot of red flags from that first sentence alone. So, here we are. Well, I can't speak to that extremes because I literally don't watch her content. I don't really know that much about her. I just saw this one video. But I'm going to assume that she's acting in good faith because from everything that I know, from everything that I have seen, she seems to be acting in good faith. So, here we go. We're going to start off with the intro because that is the first thing that I want to cover.
Should transgender teens transition? This rather personal question occupies a prominent place in the American culture war. On the one side, you have people claiming that it's a socially contagious fad among the brainwashed woke who want to mutilate your innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the closet for too long. And then there are normal people like you and I who think both sides are crazy, and could someone please summarize the facts in simple words, which is what I'm here for.
So I have some thoughts. Yeah, as Withotra just said, normal people equals centrist here. Yeah, this is bad. This is a very bad intro. It is a very bad premise to be working from. Does anyone have that meme where it's like, you know, you have like the one side is wanting to kill the other side, and then the other side is wanting to not be killed by the first side, and then radical centrist is like, I think both, yeah, compromise. Yeah, that was the meme. This is that. This is the personification of that meme, and it's real bad. So what Sabine is talking about here is, now the title of her video is being trans a social fad among teenagers, but ultimately what her video is mostly about is gender affirming care. That is the main thrust of what she talks about, is gender affirming care, whether or not it actually alleviates problems of gender dysphoria, whether or not it is safe for children mostly to have. And this premise kind of suggests that Sabine is already coming from the perspective that both sides are equally making valid points or equally making invalid points. Why that's bad is, on one side, you have the right, fascist, TERFs, conservatives, but I repeat myself. These people would like to genocide trans people. I am not mincing words here when I say this. I need that to be clear, because what we are talking about is a trans genocide. People like Sabine will say that that is being hyperbolic. It is not. It is an accurate reflection of reality. The people on that side are trying to eliminate trans people socially, legally, politically, eventually, literally. And on the other side of this debate, you have trans advocates, trans people, people who are generally supportive of the trans community, who literally just don't want to be genocided. That's it. We want to live in the world as ourselves. We want to have the same rights as everyone else. We want to be able to live authentically. To Sabine, these are the same thing. To Sabine, these are the same thing. They are both an equal level of bad. And if you lean towards one or the other as an extreme, you're crazy. I need you to know how fucked up that is. As Wild Weasel in YouTube chat said, just because there aren't camps doesn't mean they aren't trying. Let's continue. I have the next timestamp. Is not that far in. Let's go.
There are some intersex conditions. They're rare. For the most part, biological sex in humans is fairly simple.
Oh, wait. I want to go back a little bit further just to make sure that we get all of that.
The vast majority of humans are born with an unambiguous biological sex that's either male or female. While there are some intersex conditions, they're rare. For the most part, biological sex in humans is fairly simple. People with XX chromosomes are biologically female, have ovaries and grow breasts. People with XY chromosomes are biologically male, have testicles and leave the toilet seat up. It's more difficult for some fish who can change their sex, but there are few fish among my subscribers, so with apologies to all fish who may be watching, I'll leave this complication aside.
Okay, so it is unfortunate that Fesh isn't here, because that would have been a perfect moment for them. But so what's the next issue? To start off, she basically kind of hand waves the existence of intersex people. Like, she says that essentially intersex is extremely rare. And I'm not saying that it is incredibly common, but the best estimate that we have is about roughly 1.7% of the population. That is not nothing. That is not nothing. And I want to point that out because Sabine is going to later in the video do the exact opposite where she points out that although the like rate of something is fairly low, the number of people within that group is high. She'll also do the opposite of that too, and acknowledge that even though the rate seems high, it's also less people. I don't really have much to say on this. It like the fact that we are kind of like hand waving this just to then go on to make the argument, it really doesn't sit right with me. It honestly, like, it feels like the existence of intersex people like is like really kind of discredits some of her argument, and so she's just kind of barely acknowledging it so that way no one can say she didn't. I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it, but it doesn't sit right with me. Let me look at the next timestamp. Next thing I want to look at. All right.
Now, the big bulk of the increase comes from children assigned female at birth, wishing to transition to male. This is weird because in earlier generations the ratio was the other way round, or approximately equal. The same thing has been observed in the Netherlands, in Spain, in the UK, Canada, Sweden, and is also the case in the USA. Most of the increase in gender dysphoria reports comes from girls. Pretty much no one questions this. What's more controversial is the question whether the typical age of girls to report gender dysphoria is also changing, and if so, why? In 2018, the American physician Lisa Littman argued in a paper based on survey results among parents that the girls being referred to gender clinics in recent years are different from those of earlier generations. They show an onset of gender dysphoria during adolescence, but without prior symptoms, a combination that was previously basically unheard of. Littman dubbed it rapid onset of gender dysphoria and suggested that it's a case of social contagion. Adolescent girls get the idea from social media or their peers or both and come to believe they want to be men, hoping it'll improve their lives. Superficially, the hypothesis makes sense. According to data from the World Health Organization, adolescent girls are twice as likely as boys to suffer from mental health problems such as depression and anxiety, so they're more likely to have a problem to solve in the first place. Littman speculates that girls that age are more vulnerable to social contagion than boys, though there's little evidence to back this up.
So I want to pause here for a second. As some of you have already known, or already noted, yes, we are unironically citing Lisa Littman here. I know I shouldn't have to explain why this is bad, but I'm going to anyway. All right, so let's get into it. What she is talking about here is a study done by Lisa Littman, in which she interviewed a bunch of pretty much specifically anti-trans parents on anti-trans websites, and got self-reporting data about their children who happen to be a lot of trans boys. This study was promptly rejected by the scientific, medical, psychological communities because A, the methodology was bad. There was like literally nothing done to account for any other factors. The sample size was incredibly small. The sample itself was incredibly biased. And the conclusion that she comes to in that, the rapid onset gender dysphoria, has never been accepted by the psychological community ever. Because it's bunk pseudoscience. the idea of social contagion, while intuitively, I know there is some like truth to some of it, there is no actual like evidence that it is a like literal actual problem. Of course, people are influenced by things. Of course, there are like edge cases in which stuff like this happens, but there is no evidence that this is even a thing. All of this was rejected by the communities that deal with this stuff. For Sabine to be like referencing this in any kind of positive light is a really, really gross misstep as far as like research goes, as far as like coming to conclusions goes. This is like really bad. Like really bad. Let's continue. The next one's not too far. I'm just going to let the rest of it play, just so that we get the full context and argument.
Littman's paper was strongly criticized for not being a scientific study, but a collection of experience reports from parents. The parents were recruited among frequent visitors to websites who are skeptical that transgender self-identification among teenagers is genuine. This means the sample is unlikely to be representative. Indeed, Littman herself writes in her paper that it's a descriptive exploratory study. She describes what those parents say. What to conclude from that is a different story. A paper that came out.
So first off, I want to give her like credit for acknowledging the problems with the study. However, calling it a descriptive exploratory study, like giving the benefit of the doubt on that, she literally created a diagnosis out of that. Like this is at least to the author of the study, this is more than an exploratory study. She created a diagnosis. Like, I'm sorry, Sabine, you know that this is not like a good study to be citing. Even if you are trying to explain one side of the argument's like views on this, there is no reason why you should have to give this airtime. Any of the like skepticism that comes from the right on trans issues can be easily explained without giving any airtime or credence to the bunk, unscientific, completely pseudoscience studies that they have. You can just say what they think. All right, next one. This isn't very far, but yeah, we'll just, yeah.
Out in August last year, claimed to have found evidence for the absence of this rapid onset symptom. However, this paper was also strongly criticized for severe shortcomings, such as...
Strongly criticized. I don't know if you can see the name that's on screen. Jesse Singal, an explicitly anti-trans journalist. This is bad. I just, if you're going to talk about how a study is being criticized in the like scientific community, I want you to notice the like difference here, okay? Lisa Littman's study was criticized by the people in her field. The criticism drawn from that study came from people in her field declaring it basically useless and pseudoscientific. With this study, the criticism is coming from a anti-trans journalist that has an actual agenda, an ideological agenda against trans people. These are not the same things. When you're trying to describe one as being criticized for being pseudoscience, and then the other one is also being criticized, I'm sorry, what? These are not equivalent criticisms. They're not coming from equivalent sources. And the fact that we would even give Jesse Single the benefit of the doubt and allow him to be the thing that we're citing, I'm sorry, no. Yeah, the college that printed the paper apologized for it. So let's continue. We're going to go about 10 seconds ahead.
Of interpreting their data. The brief summary of this controversy is that at the moment, there is no conclusive evidence neither for nor against the existence of rapid onset gender dysphoria, though it seems to be supported by anecdotal reports from doctors working in clinics who treat the children. The steep increase in the number of girls reporting gender dysphoria is, however, clearly evident in the data. Another issue that...
Okay. This is the main one that I wanted to get to. That claim right there, okay? Notice what she just said. She just acknowledged that rapid onset gender dysphoria, there is no evidence for it. Now, she says there's no evidence against it, which I guess might technically be true. Because how can you prove that it doesn't exist necessarily? However, what she just did there was kind of appeal to like intuition. Well, rapid onset gender dysphoria doesn't have any basis in the scientific community because they reject it. However, it does kind of explain the phenomenon if you think about it for a second. And so we're just going to accept it. We're just going to accept that this is a potential explanation. That's not how this works. That is extremely bad science, and it's not how this works. There are plenty of other things that go into those things that she's talking about. The like disparity between trans boys and trans girls self-identifying in children. For one, society has a patriarchy problem. Trans girls or trans boys, sorry, pre-transition would be feeling a lot more of the effects of misogyny and patriarchy, and would therefore probably be having a lot more of those willingness to explore their identities, in addition to the fact that they hit puberty earlier than trans girls would. So they would be naturally in that state where they're, thinking about their identity, thinking about their bodies and the ways that they relate to them a lot more. Not to mention the fact that, again, trans men kind of get erased in a lot of like discourse surrounding trans people, and they have for a while. It's only been recently that we've been having a little bit less of a disparity there. And so, of course, it makes sense that people who see themselves in other people would finally be able to have the chance to, be who they are when they have that information presented to them. I can tell you in my experience, okay? I came out at 24. Or rather, like my egg cracked at 24 and I was officially out at 25. The reason for that isn't because I never had any like feelings of gender dysphoria. It isn't because I never had any issues that would have led me to realize I was trans. I didn't have the information. I didn't fucking know what a trans person was until just a few years before I realized that I was trans. I had never been around any. The only exposure I had to them were negative depictions of them in media. As that information is like presented to people, more and more people are naturally going to identify with it. Not because there's some social contagion, but because it's giving them the ability to understand parts of themselves. Which explains the disparity between like trans girls self-IDing in children and trans boys. When you combine that with the different ways that trans boys are likely to experience themselves at that time, and the fact that it's become a little bit more socially acceptable for trans people to exist in public, for us to explore parts of our identity, of course that makes sense. We don't need rapid onset gender dysphoria to explain that because reality literally explains it. Oh, hello, Beyond Safe Words. Really glad to see you. Yeah, Tech, like, there are just like ways that prevent us from being able to understand ourselves. Not having that information gives us, or like prevents us from being able to do that. That's why social contagion doesn't work as an explanation for this. All right, next thing. Oh yes, this one. I have notes too. But all right. Now it's a little bit further.
Costs for hormone therapy are typically $100 to $200 a month, plus expenses for the doctor's visits and the counseling. Surgery starts at $3,000 to $10,000 for top surgery, whereas bottom surgery typically costs around $25,000. And let's be clear that those innocent-sounding euphemisms mean they're cutting off parts of the anatomy that'll never come back. This is only the...
Okay, I want to address that sentence. Innocent sounding euphemisms does mean they are cutting off parts of the body that will never grow back. Yes, as opposed to parts that do grow back. Yeah, as opposed to parts that do grow back in humans. I know that I've cut my finger off 3 times. I'm not sure how many you have. No, here's the thing. This is just wrong. This is like actually like misinformation. She doesn't understand how these surgeries work. The only way that like one of these is technically falling under that like description is top surgery for trans men would be double mastectomy. Double mastectomy is a procedure that we do all the time. It's literally like narrative fear-mongering. Double mastectomy is something we do all the time on cis women. We know the rates of regret. We know the reasonings. It is a procedure that we do routinely. This is not new, and it is not weird for people to get it. As far as bottom surgery for trans women, that is not cutting off a part of the body. That is a reconstructive surgery. You're literally taking existing tissue and reforming it. You're not cutting something off. You are making something else out of existing tissue. Same goes with bottom surgery for trans men, by the way. And as far as top surgery for trans women, you have breast augmentation, which can be like additive, either through the existence of like implants, again, another surgery that we give to cis women all the time, or there are ways that you can actually do like fat redistribution for top surgery. Yeah, and half of these surgeries are procedures that cis people get. And also, as Aztec just correctly pointed out in chat, the regret rate for surgeries among trans people is so astronomically low as to basically be non-existent. Like, that needs to be said. It is almost non-existent. I would love to see the regret rate for these surgeries in cis people. And I would love to see the overall regret rate for these surgeries. But I need to point out that the regret rate for any other surgery is astronomically higher in the recipient population. All of them, every single one of them. Trans people have such a low regret rate for their surgeries. That is worth noting. And the fact that she doesn't even mention that, like, is actually insane. All right. Let's take a look at this one, because I don't want to be on this video forever because I do want to get to the other stuff.
Fertility complications, though I have to warn you that at the moment none of those studies are particularly conclusive because the sample sizes are small. On top of this comes the psychological problem that not entering puberty when all your peers do isn't easy to cope with either. In 2016, the American Food and Drug Administration ordered makers of puberty blockers to add a warning about mental health problems to the drug's label.
Okay, so first of all, that was done for ideological reasons. It wasn't done for health reasons. Second of all, what about the fucking psychological effects of going through the wrong puberty? Have we ever considered that before? That going through a puberty that you shouldn't go through because it doesn't match who you are can also be psychologically hard to cope with. That's all I have to say about that. Moving on.
%60 lower odds of depression and 73% lower odds of suicidal thoughts among youths who had initiated puberty blockers or hormone therapy compared with those who had not. They saw no effect for anxiety. In case that sounds good, here's the fine print. The mental health of those who were treated did not improve. What happened instead is that the mental health of those who were not treated got worse. And in the end, the untreated control group totaled 7 people. I know as...
Has anyone considered that there are social reasons that could influence why people may not have had their depression or anxiety get worse after get better after being on hormone replacement therapy or puberty blockers? And also, yes, Aztec, not getting worse is still good. Maintaining the current state is also better than getting worse. And yes, Ikstrums, thank you for pointing it out. This is a control group.
As a particle physicist, I may be used to...
Wait, nope, wrong one. Yeah, okay. Wrong one. I really want to get into this too.
An often made comparison is that between transgender identity and left-handedness, which was recently popularized by the British comedian John Oliver. Until the 1970s or so, children were...
John Oliver, known Vosh viewer.
...were forced to learn to write with their right hand, until it occurred to someone to just let them write as they wanted. Rather suddenly, a lot of people switched to writing with the other hand. This had nothing to do with social contagion. It was just that now they could be who they had wanted to be all along. You expect a similar thing to happen with transgender identification, that as it becomes socially more acceptable, you see more people being comfortable being who they really are. And so the argument goes, no one would put themselves or their children through a gender transition if they didn't think it was really necessary. But, for one thing, this doesn't explain why the gender ratio of those seeking treatment for gender dysphoria has suddenly changed. And also, as much as I like John Oliver, it's an extremely unfortunate comparison. You can switch a pen from one hand to the other and back within a few seconds and without lasting consequences. Puberty blockers and hormone therapies are not as easy to undo, and we don't understand the long-term consequences.
First of all, missing the point. Second of all, so Sabine, you're kind of indicating here that you think it would be fine to force left-handed people to write with their right hands, since it is so easy. There's no detriments. There's nothing that could be made out into a problem from that. Is there any evidence that left-handed people writing with their left hand makes them happier, has better consequences? I don't know. So why not? Obviously, this is a bullshit argument. And as everyone is pointing out, she is missing the point here. First of all, it is true that these are, in some ways, there are irreversible things that come from hormone replacement therapy and puberty blockers. Now, puberty blockers are mostly reversible if you don't take, if you stop taking them. Hormone replacement therapy, there are certain things that are irreversible. If you are a trans girl and you take hormone replacement therapy for long enough, you are going to develop female breasts. That is not something that will just go away after you stop taking hormone replacement therapy. You know, these things are known. Has anyone considered that maybe that's the intent? I mean, nobody's thought to ask me that, like, you know, maybe I kind of want those things to be permanent. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Guys. Yeah, she actually did get caught by the Think of the Children narrative. That is what this is. Ultimately, this is her getting caught up in that. Yes, Paco, going through the wrong puberty is also permanent. Now, let's get into the secret ending.
Caused by a mixture of two causes. Young people are more comfortable being openly trans, and some of them erroneously believe they are trans because they've heard so much about it. I'd say that anyone who insists that one of those possibilities doesn't exist is pushing an agenda and shouldn't be taken seriously. The question is, how do you tell these two possibilities apart? This is currently unclear, and this is why countries like Sweden, Finland, and the UK.
Please stop. Please, can we stop? It is... This is literally just... Her conclusion is just social contagion theory is a thing. That's literally her conclusion. I'm not going through any more of this. That is literally her conclusion, is that social contagion theory is a thing, and it explains things more than it can't explain things. Ultimately, she's trying to do the radical centrist thing here. She's trying to say, well, trans kids are more socially accepted, so of course it makes sense that more trans kids would exist. But she's also saying that influence exists. And I'm not saying influence doesn't exist. There are going to be edge cases for literally anything, but it is absolutely not proven. This is supposed to be her summarizing things. This is supposed to be her coming to the conclusion. This is bad. This is bad science. This is bad advocacy. I don't believe that Sabine Hossenfelder is a bad person. I don't believe that she is acting in bad faith here. I don't believe that she is malicious. But she does have a really big blind spot when it comes to looking at things, quote unquote, in an unbiased way. This is a very classic case of stay in your lane, by the way. And I'm not like saying that in a sexist way. This is a classic case of this is not her expertise. It is very clear to me that her or whoever researched this video, because I don't know if she has a team behind this, her or whoever researched this video did not do enough. They were trying to make baby's first trans right's debate video, and what they ended up making was a video that only serves to bolster the opinions of the far right and only serves to give them more ammunition. I guarantee you, some conservative is going to cite this video in order to justify taking away trans rights. I saw a couple of people arguing that this video was good for us because it gives us a more level-headed thing to send people to when they are unsure about the debate. This video is misinfo. That is not true. This video is harmful in its execution, in its intent, and in the way that it is researched, in the way that it is argued. Yeah, as Beyond Safe Word says, this would be like her making a video about law or psychiatry. This isn't her area of expertise. This is not Sabine Hossenfelder's expertise. I'm sure she is a damn good physicist. She seems to be very well respected in her field. I'm sure she is, I know she is very intelligent. She is smarter than this. She clearly has a very big blind spot here. And I saw a lot of discourse asking whether we should even like address this, whether we as the community should be up in arms about this. And honestly, I kind of think we should. We need to push back against shit like this. It's not enough for us to just be centrist. And I'm not saying that there isn't a use to sending people to more like middle of the road positions in order to drag people along the pipeline. But if you're going to do that, you have to do it in a smart way. This video will not lead more people to the pro-trans position. It will just lead people to the anti-trans position. You can't leave somebody whose entire political prescription is to say both sides are bad in any situation to do your education. You just can't. I really don't have that much to say on this. Like further, I've said enough as it is. But that is basically my conclusion. This is a bad video. It has bad messaging. It is made under a like really bad intention. And again, I don't think Sabine is malicious. But if she's not malicious, she does need to be doing better in the future. If you're going to step out of your lane and into social issues, please, for the love of God, actually do some research on it. Stop making bad arguments. Stop assuming that the other side is in good faith or that they just generally have good points. You can't do that with fascists because they are not and they don't. That's all I got. I will see you in the next video. Go team. In case you are in YouTube chat, the stream is not over. We have more to do. I know all of you in site chat know that the stream is not over. And if you are in YouTube chat and you would like to be on the screen, you can go to transgirltherapist.org and you'll be on the screen if you make an account. Thank you, Beyond Safe Words. It is new. I just touched it up recently. Every time I do it, it looks like Fire Truck Red for like exactly 30 minutes, and then it fades a little bit more pink. Glad to see you here, the guy who could. We have plenty of good emotes here. Thanks, Red Rebel. Since we're in between segments, I'm going to shill again. If you are in site chat and you would like to get a tiered subscription to the website or make a donation to the website, you can do that. And anything that you donate or any tiered subs that you get while I'm streaming will go to me. Even though this is Xena and Poppy's site, that is the agreement that we have. Also, if you would like to donate to me directly, you can do that through Streamlabs, or you could also become a channel member if you're in YouTube chat. If you're a channel member, you get access to a few little emotes that I put in there, and you get a cool little badge next to your name. Could also be a patron at Patreon, which you can see on the site if you're in site chat, and if you're in YouTube chat, there is a command for that. Well, thank you, Naomi Chance. Glad to have you here. And true, Red Rebel. Red and purple are both two of the best colors. Hi, Fellini Fiend. First time catching a stream. I'm a Keffels enjoyer and mod. We've watched some videos in offline chat over KGG a few times. Hope you're all having a good day and evening. Well, glad to have you. We love Keffels here. I say that having literally never watched a second of her content. She just seems like a fun person. But welcome to the stream. Also, just for all of you, yeah, let's get those wigglers going. Very nice, Evelyn. Yeah, we do have a wiggler here. We love the wigglers. Y'all are really having fun with the emotes. Oh yeah, white names. You know what you also could do? You could buy some subs for some random people. I, for one, do enjoy partaking in the white name genocide. You know, that's fair, Naomi Chance. Also, I do want to like stress. I am shilling a lot here, and it's because I should do it more, and I don't do it all that often, actually. But I do want to like make it clear. It like, don't feel bad. I'm going to shill because it's what I have to do. But like, if you don't have the money, do not go outside your means. Like, we're all in this together. True. The great replacement is real. We're getting rid of all these white names. We're going to. We will do it. Eventually. Thank you, the guy who could. Love the Wiggler emote. But the cat roll has a special place in my heart. Both of them are good. Yeah, Lady Rain, hit me up. I got you, Fellini Fiend. Like I said, don't feel pressured. Don't go outside your means. I don't disagree with you that the conclusion of the video will do harm, like actual real harm. And I don't necessarily even disagree that with that like framing, you know, any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. But in this case, I do think that like her intent going in does matter. The reason that I say that I don't think she is malicious is she is incapable of looking past her own biases because she is having the same thing happen to her that happens to Neil deGrasse Tyson. She is very smart at one thing, and so she assumes that she's very smart at everything. That means that it is not smart for her to do stuff like this, but I don't think that she is a malicious person. I don't disagree that the video is not like is going to do like actual real harm, that the effect of the video's existence is going to do harm. But I think that there's a distinction there between the harm done by the video and the intent of the author making it. I hope that makes sense, because like I do get what you're saying. Like I just want to draw a distinction between her intention, like her personal feelings, and the outcome of what she's done. Because I do think it matters in how we address her. It doesn't change what she's like contributed to the world, but we can like reach her, and we will only reach her if we take her in good faith. Yeah, I don't know her intention. Like, I don't know what's going through her head. I can only make like a judgment based on the information that I have. And the information that I have is that she is making a video doing radical centrism stuff, that she has a lot of biases, and I know what she does. The information that I have doesn't lead me to believe that she is a malicious person. She's already made like pro-trans videos in the past. She has actively been in her comment section liking pro-trans arguments and listening to the criticism that she's been getting. I can't assume that she's a negative or that she's a malicious actor. And yes, beyond safe words, that's true. Like whether or not she is malicious, it doesn't change like the effect of her actions. It doesn't change that she has integrated herself into that same like malicious power structure. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think that when we're talking about how we engage interpersonally with stuff, we need to distinguish the actual like intent of the person versus like the results of their actions. Of course, I can never truly gauge what anyone thinks. Not one of you. I can only make decisions based on the information that I have. I will take your word on that, Ekströms. Um, if she did, like, that's obviously really disappointing. But again, that also kind of leads credence to my idea that, like, she's just a radical centrist. Because I know plenty of people who, like, do the same thing. You know, they're, like, defensive of people who really you shouldn't defend, but they also do generally show support for specific social causes. But yeah. Oh yeah, I just saw YouTube user remains anonymous your comment. I also do think that she fell for emotional arguments, which makes sense. Does tend to happen. Are we ready for the Are we ready for the big one? Because I think I might be getting ready. No? Well, let's go. Okay. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to just jump in because I don't want to be streaming all night. As much as I missed you all, I do want to get done at a reasonable time at least. Also, I have to work tomorrow, so I can't stream all night. Yes, Naomi Chance, we are going to be talking about that video, although no spoilers. No spoilers. Because some of us in chat don't know what happened. Get your cat rolls ready. We be rolling into this video. You and me both, beyond safe words. You and me both. You know, I have been thinking about that, Lady Rain. It's already started, though. The minute that I even said anything about this on Twitter, I've already got people in my quote retweets. People arguing with me. It's just gonna happen. The people in the sphere of YouTube or on this like part of the online left, like this is just what they do. This is all they have going for themselves. This is all they know to do is to just do this, to harass people. Like it is what it is. At the end of the day, like there really isn't anything that they're going to be able to do to me that is worse than things I've already said to myself and opinions I already hold about myself. So, you know, it is what it is. And I'm fairly confident, at least on this one, I'm not going to be losing friends over this again. So that's really the only thing that I actually care about. So why don't we just get started then? Hi. We're about to watch a video that was recently published by, and by recently I mean yesterday as of this live stream. We are about to watch a video recently published by the content creator Soulbunni. Now, Soulbunni is a creator that has been on my radar for a minute. My understanding, she has not made very many videos, but she has been making videos for about a year. I became aware of her earlier this year when she made a video about keffels, and I think her claim to fame, as far as it were, was to make a video, a similar video to what she's made here early last year, where she was kind of signal boosted by, I think, Noah Samson, and a couple other people in that like sphere. This video was just recently signal boosted by Jessie Gender. That is very disappointing because this video is horrible. And it's actually concerning to me that Jessie Gender would actually like see this as a good video. Like, I know Jessie Gender is an intelligent person, but I am sorry. I can't extend any more like good faith or any more like assumption of good faith from her after this. And I know she's about to make a video on Vosh, and she claims that it's not going to be a drama video, but you know, whatever. We're not even going to touch that because this video is bad enough on its own. Now, to be very clear, this video is 47 minutes long. I do intend on watching this with all of you. And I'm going to tell you, I would put this on like 1.5 speed, but I actually don't know that we'd be able to understand it if I did. So we're just going to have to go in raw, and everyone's just going to have to deal with it. 1.25, we can try 1.25, but if it gets like too much, we're going to have to watch it at normal speed. But yes, this is a 47-minute video, and it is very bad. I would also like to point out that the Jessie Gender boost is real. This video was just over like 1K views yesterday when I saw it, and it is now up to almost 9K. And Soulbunni went from just having under 4,000 subscribers to being almost to 4.3. So the Jessie Gender boost is real. It is very unfortunate because this is a really bad video. And that's fair, Lady Raincloud. This, let's just kind of, I don't want to like do too much like before we actually get into it. All I'm going to explain to you before we get into this video is that this video is about the white leftist streamer circle. And when I say that, what I mean is the VCU, the Vosh cinematic universe. That's what it really means. Let's just be clear here. When she says white leftist, she means Vosh and Debate Bros and this circle. Evelyn, the answer is clout. That's the answer. Yes, the white leftist, Netspace. The original white leftist, Vosh. Little does Soulbunni know that all of the people listed in this video are just clones of Saige. They're all my clones. Every single one of them. I actually created Vosh in a lab. None of you knew that. True, I am the OG white leftist. Even Paco is a Saige clone. Eventually, all of you will be Saige clones. All right, let's get into this. Let's do this. The white leftist industrial complex. So let's go ahead, jump in. She's going to put the content warnings in. I'm going to also put the content warning for racism, but it's not for who you think. Yes, Chicken and Trousers. Karl Marx is a Saige clone.
To some, the title of this video will be seen as hyperbolic. I and many other people...
Wait, we're going to do 1.25. I said we would do 1.25.
of color and queer folks don't see it that way, due to our understanding of leftism with the intersectional lens. Leftism that isn't based in intersectionality is upholding white supremacy. It ignores the BIPOC contributions such as microaggression.
Actually, with Outro, that really probably like should have just been the content warning, because that's what she means.
Coined by Chester Pierce in 1970, to intersectionality from Kimberly William Crenshaw in 1989. So much of American leftism is based on the collective fight against systematic racism that Black, Indigenous, Latine, and others have been on the front lines of. Knowing who Angela Davis is, but not reading or applying her calls to be anti-racist is grifting at best.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to go over all of the people who were put on screen.
Whereas the BIPOC contributions such as microaggression coined by Chester
them all.
Pierce in 1970, to intersectionality from Kimberly William Crenshaw in 1989.
So we have Heffels,
So much of
Xander
American
Hall,
leftism is based on the collective fight
Merrick
against systematic
DeVille.
racism that Black,
Is this Lonerbox?
Indigenous, Latine, and others have been on the
Bosch,
front lines of. Knowing
Park
who Angela Davis is,
300,
but not reading or applying
Tina
her
and
calls to be
Poppy,
anti-racist is
Enter
grifting at
Avalon.
best.
These are the people that she is talking about in this video. Has she said that? No. But this is who she's talking about. When she's talking about everything, I want you to keep in mind that this video is about all of these people. Yes, known white leftist, Shark 300. Shark is actually the whitest person on screen. We'll get to that, Tamaria. Oh, she has no idea about anything. White Shark? Oh, you mean Vosh? Yeah.
Before I go further, let's break down what the white leftist industrial complex looks like. The white leftist industrial complex consists of varying traits, behaviors, and dog whistles. Commonly, you'd see them feeling vindicated when pushing misinformation, attacking the very Black and queer people that correct their colonizer approach, having an
Their colonizer approach.
inflated ego when discussing BIPOC issues, focusing more on appearing to be correct than actually having a true understanding, blindly pushing right.
Oh, I wonder who would do that. I wonder who would try to appear correct but actually not knowing anything.
Narratives in terms like woke scold and identity politics. It's more common than not for them to lack tangible connections with the communities they state to advocate for, usually only surrounding themselves with other white people, but some might have their token BIPOC that they weaponize against people of color.
I wonder who she might be talking about when she says that.
If I were to limit my description to a handful of words and phrases, I'd say arrogant, cognitive dissonance, insufficient contrition, argumentative, ruthless, and self-serving. This can make doing work with them very difficult with their consistent struggles with allyship, lacking proper etiquette in BIPOC-led spaces, wanting to be the loudest in the room. Surely in 2023, we should be able to expect so much.
Okay, all of us want to be the loudest in the room. We're doing content on YouTube. I'm sorry. All of us are trying to be the loudest. None of us are free from sin. We are all self-absorbed pieces of shit. That is why you are doing YouTube. Sorry.
More from our cis and white queer leftists. I and others are done entertaining their strawmans and moving forward spending our time on genuine leftist causes like combating cops.
Guys, I promise I'm done entertaining their stuff. That's why I'm talking about them and why I made a fucking 40-minute video about them.
Anti-trans bills, and the demonization of woke. I can keep this going all day, but let's get into this caucasity. Before I dive in,
I want to let you know, this ruined caucasity for me more than Facebook wine mom liberals. This actually ruined it for me. I actually find it more endearing to hear from wine mom Facebook liberals than to hear it in this video. I just I need you to know that.
I need to define some terms and give some context for the foolishness you'll hear. Woke school, genderqueer, and identity politics, shortened to ITPOL, are dog whistles that they enjoy weaponizing against marginalized people. Woke school being an offshoot.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They can be. They can be used that way, just like almost any other word, but no, they're not.
Shoot of woke used disingenuously by right-wingers. Like Erykah Badu said, it's just another way to say black or thug, let alone woke being AAVE.
No.
Queer is a word that has different meanings person to person, but the way I see it used is equivalent to a queer version of woke school. Lastly, idpol, or better known as identity politics, is the most mask-off racist term used by these flock. The civil rights movement is identity.
Me being mask-off racist when I acknowledge that people will weaponize their identity when making arguments.
Politics. Fighting for the right for gay marriage in 2015 is identity politics. The fight for Roe v. Wade is identity politics. Black trans people fighting to...
No one disagrees with this. What are you talking about? Every single one of the streamers you showed on stream have acknowledged this.
About the disgusting reality of our high murder rate is identity politics. We don't have to be class reductionist to expect change that lacks the intersection of race, gender, and sexual orientation.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Yeah, I think what bothers me beyond safe words more than anything is that like she's unironically a good artist and unironically pretty. That is what bothers me the most.
You just got here. Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on tender queers.
Yeah, to Marinia, the only thing you're going to see this is old drama, and yes.
By encouraging my I'm encouraging my followers to make pick crew accounts and infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter. Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using pick crews to infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pick crews and they will eat each other alive. Does it matter which pick crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know.
Oh my god, die mad. I don't care. I literally do not care. That is my actual response to this part of the video, the implication here. I do not care. Die mad. I don't care.
Now that we're caught up on terms, let's dive into this complex. Given our current events with all the anti-trans bills, and even Joe Biden failing trans people, I felt it was only right to first cover the white queer community.
Yeah, Naomi Chance, the thing is that like in almost every single case of like these people like clipping people out of oh my god, I just said the thing, they're gonna call me racist for saying these people. Oh my god. Obviously that's not what I meant. These people, as in the people in this circle, clip chimping things. Yeah, I know. I need to be better with my words because they're gonna clip chimp me too. I'm already gonna be in the next Soulbunni video because of this. Obviously, the thing is that like the clip chimping thing that a lot of the people in the circle do, 9 times out of 10, it's created by like a Nazi or some shit. Like 9 times out of 10, they're taking the clips from like neo-Nazis that are trying to spread stuff, or like fucking Kiwi Farms or 4chan. Like, I swear to God, that is almost all the times that Vosh has been like clipped has been something like that.
When I say the white queer community, I'm talking about a very specific group of white queer people. Typically, these are queer people who are in mostly white spaces.
When I say this incredibly broad statement, I'm talking about a very specific group of people.
And lack the interest of changing that. They may know of intersectionality, possibly sharing infographics about them. The problem lies with them not applying intersectionality to leftism, assuming that being queer means they don't have to talk about their white privilege, taking an all lives matter approach.
Where did any one of the people that you showed at the beginning of this video say that they don't have to address their own white privilege? Name one. Show me. One. Any. Yeah, all lives matter.
To trans issues.
Yeah, actually, lol. All lives matter. Like, oh my god. This is actually incredibly dumb fucking analysis.
As they continue that being queer means they don't have to talk about their white privilege, taking an all lives matter approach to trans issues as they continue to not acknowledge black and brown trans people. They use the trans murder rate to advocate.
Source.
for themselves, while they ignore the fact that over 3/4 of trans murders are black trans people. Black trans people are already ignored by the media. We also have
Citation, please, please, please.
to overcome job discrimination, food insecurity, lack of housing, and overall, we're underserved. The overwhelming data has always been there, but the needed urgency still isn't there from cis.
Okay, I need to push back on this too. Almost all of the streamers that she showed on screen have acknowledged the rate of like trans people of color being murdered at a higher rate. Literally, Vosh has like hundreds of hours of debates on this. Has hundreds of hours of explaining this shit. Like, what are you talking about? She shows more than the usual clips, but she just shows the clips without explaining how the clips were examples of anti-white behavior. It's like they took "it's not my job to educate you" as part of their video essay, but if you're making videos like this, it's literally your job to educate people. Yes, true beyond safe words. That is the thing here, is that like, have you seen any sources? Have you seen any examples, any clips of anything? Like, she's posting clips of Keffels because I want you to know, Soulbunni really fucking hates Keffels. She has such a fucking hate boner for Keffels. She's gonna continue doing this. And it's not even relevant to the video.
And queer white people. We also notice the trans people of color they do embrace usually have to be cis-passing. Another hurdle is the weaponization.
What? Source? Can somebody please give me an example? Can somebody please give me one example of any of the people shown in this video only listening to cis-passing trans people of color? Yes, with Otro, that's exactly what she's doing. She is using passing as a way to downplay their oppression as trans people.
Of respectability politics against black trans people, which is why it's still mostly black trans people forced to advocate for ourselves. The fact that, as of right now, there's been 2 black trans women murdered within the last 2 weeks. Yet the white trans community, along with the media, can't even muster a fraction of support or sense of urgency they give to our white counterparts. Have you ever thought of how many black trans folks we wouldn't have to bury if we had a collective understanding of intersection?
Okay. First of all, it is terrible that there were those murders. Also, not true. I've literally seen like those pictures being circulated around. What are we talking about? Oh, don't worry, transversion. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. She's gonna explain. Beyond safe words, that is a very, very salient analysis. And pretty much exactly what I've come to. Yeah, literally confirmation bias.
It can't be mainly white trans people being celebrated, embraced, financially supported, and having access to success. It shouldn't take 10 black trans activists to equal out to 1 white trans public figure. Y'all aren't doing enough to uplift and empower us as the numbers show. There's much more I can say, but I'll save that for a future video.
Sorry, what? Everyone already has like this is not treading new ground, by the way. The issue that there aren't very many like non-white creators in this space has already been talked about ad nauseum. Like, everyone's aware of it. You're literally doing the confirmation bias thing. Like, there's really just not that many. So exactly, like, what are we supposed to do? And yes, fake posting the video essay.
Having the context we need, let's jump into this queer caucasity. During Black History Month, 16-year-old Brianna Gay was fatally stabbed by 2 other minors. Kayleen, a fellow trans creator, made a very powerful video on Brianna Gay. This video gave the needed tone and the raw and real breakdown.
It's just grief like flayed and then displayed because I don't know how else to process. I don't know what else to do. Like, what are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to do? She was 16. She was 16, and for years she was being bullied and harassed. And then Brianna Gay was stabbed to death by 2 other kids in broad daylight, a whole life gone. Maybe not a perfect one, but it was hers to live as she chose, or it should have been. I'm not going to make any claims about the motives of the killers. I'm not going to speculate on circumstances. Here are the facts. Every day, anti-trans narratives are being pushed by the media by disgusting anti-trans activists like J.K. Rowling, Graham Linehan, Kelly J. Keane, Matt Walsh, and organizations like LGBT Alliance or Libs of TikTok. Constant articles, videos, tweets, books, press conferences, news segments saying trans people are bad, trans people are dangerous, trans people are predators, they're sick, disgusting fetishists that exist only to harm women and children, an existential threat to humanity deserving of nothing but disdain and disgust, inhuman, expendable, worthless. Even in the coverage about Brianna being violently murdered, she's shown the maximum amount of disrespect and discrimination. The Times, shortly after their original article that referred to Brianna as a teenage girl, updated it to remove the references to her being a girl, changing teenage girl to transgender teenager, and adding in her dead name. Brianna's family released a statement.
Brianna was a much-loved daughter, granddaughter, and baby sister. She was a larger-than-life character who would leave a lasting impression on all that met her. Brianna was beautiful, witty, and hilarious. Brianna was strong, fearless, and one of a kind. The loss of her young life has left a massive hole in our family, and we know that the teachers and her friends who were involved in her life will feel the same.
I want to be clear. I don't have any commentary on that video. That video was fine. I'm still not clear as why it's in this video, because it has nothing to do with anything she's been saying, other than to, I guess, get out of recapping the Brianna J thing herself. My only guess here is similar to what Beyond Safe Word said. I believe this is trying to manipulate viewers. It literally, the only reason she would include this is to include the sad story to make her words seem more impactful later on.
Say your name started trending due to mostly white queer people using it for Brianna Gay. This phrase / hashtag was created by and for Black women who are victims of police violence like Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor. We requested them.
We've already gone over this. I'm not doing say her name discourse again. I'm sorry. I'm mad.
To use other hashtags like her name is Brianna. Black people that spoke up were being harassed, dogpiled, and called psyops by the racist white trans community.
Okay, all right. Here's where I want to start a little bit of a side tangent. Okay, because I meant to talk about this last time with ContraPoints' video that did a segment about Vosh. Okay, and I wanted to talk about this because I think this is an important thing to acknowledge. Okay. Notice what she says here.
Due to mostly white queer people using it for Brianna Gay. This phrase / hashtag was created by and for Black women who are victims of police violence like Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor. We requested them to use other hashtags like her name is Brianna. Black people that spoke up were being harassed, dogpiled, and called psyops by the race.
Okay. Black people who spoke up were being harassed and dogpiled. Okay. This is the thing that I keep seeing from people who are making these types of videos, talking about being harassed and dogpiled. All right. First of all, shut the fuck up. Please, just stop. Can we, for just a minute, please acknowledge the way this platform works? Can we stop lying to ourselves and lying to everyone else about harassment and brigading? I cannot take this anymore. Okay? Everyone on this platform is responsible for harassment and brigading. Everyone. If you are a large enough figure, you are going to cause harassment and brigading to other creators if you are talking about them. That is how this works. There is no way to get around this. This is not a bug in the system. This is the system working as it is built. Okay? The problem with Contra's part in that video where she was talking about Vosh and she was trying to say that like Vosh was sending harassment her way, that Vosh was, you know, actively brigading her, is that Vosh was being honest about what he was doing and Natalie is not. And in this case, Soulbunni is also not. Does Soulbunni think that members of her audience aren't going to go into the comment sections or into the chats or into the Twitter threads of any of these creators and harass them? Does she really believe that that is not going to happen? I want all of you to know something, okay? Because I actually hinted at this in my last stream. When I was streaming and I was doing my last segment on the TYT video, and I was talking about this a little bit, I hinted that there were a couple of creators that I was hesitant to talk about because I didn't want to get accused of harassment and brigading. Soulbunni was one of those creators. I have known about Soulbunni for a minute. She has been on my radar for a moment, and I thought some of her videos were really fucking stupid. But I haven't talked about them up to this point because I didn't want to be accused of brigading and harassment when I criticized another YouTuber, and specifically a Black trans woman. There are layers to how that operates. When I do these videos, there is a segment of some of you, because some of you are really fucking stupid, that are going to go to Soulbunni's channel and are going to comment things for me. There are some of you that are going to go to Soulbunni's Twitter and are going to say negative things to her because of me. It's okay. Chats are just stupid. You don't have to get offended. This is just how it works. Some of you are going to do this, and there is nothing I can do about that. I am going to sit here and say, by the way, this is not just me like going on a tangent. This is actually me saying this. I am going to say, do not fucking harass Soulbunni. Do not go to her channel and make comments on her videos. Do not go into like her Twitter account and say shit to her. Don't talk to her. Don't harass her. Don't brigade her. I'm going to say all of that, and I'm saying all of that genuinely. But there is nothing that I can do to stop that from happening. I have done the most that I can do. I don't have the ability to control any of you outside of that, other than giving you the expectation that you will not do it. But ultimately, there is no way for me to prevent this. There's no way for me to prevent this at any level. And there's no way for Soulbunni to prevent it either. There's no way for Vosh to prevent it, or Xanderhall, or Xena and Poppy, or Hunter Avalone, Shark, Merrick, Lonerbox, any of the creators shown in this video, Keffels. None of us can prevent it. This is the nature of the platform. And this idea that what I am doing is brigading or harassment, because that's what's going to be said. What I'm doing is brigading and harassment. What Vosh would be doing by responding to this would be brigading and harassment. What any of the creators that are going to look at this could say is going to be brigading and harassment. But what Soulbunni is doing, well, that's just calling out bad behavior. I'm sorry. Get fucking real. Start acknowledging things and stop lying to everyone and yourself that what you're doing isn't the exact same thing. All of us are doing this. All of this is public shaming. No one is free from sin. If you don't want to cause people to brigade or harass, don't be a content creator. If you want to avoid that entirely, it is a game you have to stop playing. There is no way to solve for this. And if you don't want to be harassed, I said this in my TYT segment, you don't want to deal with the harassment. At a point, it is your job to sort through all of the harassment, to sort through the dog pile. Everyone is going to get dogpiled. At a point, it is your job to manage your own reaction to that. It is your job to sort through the bullshit and look at the good faith critiques. It is your job to do that. It is not everyone else's. It is unfortunately just a thing that happens when you are in a large public space. I know I'm getting passionate here. I want to acknowledge it. But I've been sitting on this for a few weeks. And I'm really getting tired of people not acknowledging that. So this is probably going to be brought up again. I want you to have already heard this. I'm not going to address it again. I'm not going to do this again. I just want to get that out there. Okay? This has been addressed. The next time she brings it up, we're just going to ignore it. All right? Let's go.
White trans community. The harassment escalated when our trans comrade Jessie Jenner used her platform to speak up. Like the Avengers, racist white trans people came together to silence Jessie, who was merely showcasing her intersectionality.
Okay. One last thing. Quote tweeting is not harassment. Sorry, die mad. Shut up. All of you do it to me. Like literally. Beyond safe words mentioned that I have been like brigaded and harassed. This has happened 3 times from people in this circle. Specifically people in Jay's circle. But this has happened to me 3 times where I have been brigaded and harassed by them. One point, I damn nearly deleted my Twitter account because of it. And I think my camera's not focused. Let me check real quick. Hang on. Come on. Oh Jesus, this is frustrating. It wouldn't be a stream if we didn't have technical difficulties. Is it a lighting issue? Let's see if I can manually focus it. Better? Okay, that's better. All right, back to this. But yes, sorry. Technical difficulties. Quote tweets are not harassment, I'm sorry.
Jessie is the sweetest and most understanding person known to LeftTube. This is alarming to see so many from the queer community harass and uphold white supremacy in the name of what? White entitlement? It's a damn shame to have our most charitable comrade.
No, it was literally in the name of like not making something, like not making the death of a trans girl about you.
Harassed out of their skin for standing up for black women. This can't keep happening. We as a community need to reflect and learn from these queer clan rallies.
It's basically just using the aesthetics of a foreign culture such that you can present yourself as sort of like someone who's cultured and expert on a culture that you're like not a part of. It really does boil down to like the like economics of it all, simply because it's like, you know, I'm going to talk about Ariana Grande because she's one of the biggest examples.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I already like got really upset at that. So none of you, like all of you, like didn't hear my reaction. Yes.
Jessie is the sweetest and most understanding person. White entitlement? It's a damn shame to have our most charitable comrades harassed out of their skin for standing up for black women. This can't keep happening. We as a community need to reflect and learn from these queer clan rallies.
Yeah, queer clan rallies. Sorry, I already like saw this video and I've already seen that clip and already had the extreme reaction. So let's, you know, again, queer clan rallies. I am fucking sorry. You getting butthurt that somebody criticized you on Twitter is not the fucking same thing as the Ku Klux Klan. I am fucking sorry to break that to you. Literally not the same fucking thing. Yeah, queers are doing lynchings, apparently. it's literally like actually insane. Yeah, beyond safe words. Honestly, when Soulbunni got told that her video was bad, it was actually worse than the Holocaust. That was the same thing. It was the same thing that those were equivalent things. You know, the Holocaust was equivalent to Soulbunni having to be told on Twitter that her video is bad. Yeah, many are saying this.
It's basically just using the aesthetics of a foreign culture such that you can present yourself as sort of like someone who's cultured and expert on a culture that you're like not a part of. It really does boil down to like the like economics of it all, simply because it's like, you know, I'm going to talk about Ariana Grande because she's one of the biggest examples of someone who profits off of or otherwise gains social capital through the aesthetics of ethnic people. And when it came to like the inciting incident for all of this like streamer drama on my end, not drama, but you know, harassment campaign, I didn't even say the words cultural appropriation.
Yeah, the harassment campaign, which was people on Twitter saying, "Hey, you're dumb for saying this."
I didn't even say the words white supremacy, and a bunch of white people just kind of read into like what was, you know, a tweet that I posted at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday while stoned out of my face, and they added all of this.
I would like you to put that comment in the back of your head, please.
Was, you know, a tweet that I posted at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday while
I want you to keep that, pin that in your head.
White people just kind of read into like what was, you know, a tweet that I posted at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday while stoned out of my face. And they added all of this outrage and they projected all of this outrage onto me that I didn't have. Cultural appropriation comes down to the issue of economics, where it's who gets to profit off of these cultures and who does not. I'll start from like the very beginning. Back in August 2021, it was my nephew's birthday. We were in the second year of the pandemic. I was, you know, at my desk scrolling, and I was on
Yes, beyond safe words. That is who this is.
on urbanoutfitters.com. I saw this cookbook titled Dumplings and Noodles. It was about Asian like steamed buns and Asian noodles and all that. And I was like, oh, that's cool. It was like, oh, this is interesting. Like maybe I can get an idea from it. But then I saw the author's name, Pippa Middlehurst. That doesn't sound like an Asian woman. That sounds like a white lady from Britain. So in that context, I was just kind of like, not again. Like, why is this such a common occurrence where I'll try to look for something like about Asian?
I told you. Soulbunni fucking hates Keffels. This video is literally like, this video, by the way, is her substitute for therapy. I just need you to know that.
Asian food, and it's like these white people kind of like presenting their expertise. So me being me, like I just kind of took a screenshot and like a screenshot of the author and put it on my Twitter and kind of laughed at it. And then I went to bed, and I had a bunch of emails, like more than usual. And then there was one I remember that said, you're just jealous of white women because they're sexy. And I looked, and my why would a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles had got a lot of traction, and there were a lot of racist comments in the replies. This wasn't my first time like waking up to find that I'd been harassed out of my skin. Had I known that my tweet had made it onto 4chan, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I just would have ignored it. Eventually,
remember the 4chan raid that she was experiencing was ultimately Keffel's fault.
There were people like just camped out on my Twitter feed, like replying to anything I replied to.
Keffel's known 4chaner.
Harassing like my mutuals and my followers. And I was like, what the hell is going on? In the quote tweets, there were, you know, guys who were talking about like bringing a storm, talking about white genocide, this very like segregationist, like basically neo-Nazi stuff. And that was super concerning. I logged off, and the next day I woke up to the author of the cookbook kind of trying to clap back at me for what I wrote about her. As the harassment kept escalating, I got more and more upset. I locked down my account for about a week. Like, the harassment was that bad. I was still getting emails, I was getting like comments, Facebook writers page, I was getting nasty DMs. The discourse reached like Jesse Single Twitter, it reached John Kay, it reached Barry Weiss. I was on the Daily Mail because I apparently said it's racist.
Again, all of this is Keffel's fault, remember. Keffels runs the Daily Mail.
to eat noodles, which I obviously didn't. Russia Today covered the whole thing. The Babylon Bee covered it. The who's who of the
And I want to be clear here, by the way. I am not downplaying the harassment. I am taking her at her word that this is what she experienced because this is what the right fucking does. I'm confused how it how this ties into everything else. How this is ultimately the fault of Bosch, Xander Hall, Keffel, Shark, Hunter Avalone, Xena and Poppy, Lonerbox. I'm confused as to how this is their fault, but you know, I'm not discrediting that she experienced this.
Far-right transphobe Twitter. Obviously, it reached the white streamer corner of Twitter, where Vosh had started circulating this meme that said Pippa Middlehurst was actually an Asian adoptee, and that's why she was publishing this cookbook. These people had to make up lies to kind of paint this picture.
Wait, so is it a meme or is it a lie? Yeah, after the harassment, it reached white streamer corner where people were joking about it.
That I was just some racist Asian woman saying that white people couldn't do this, white people can't do that. There was a lot of projection on me. There was a lot of words being put in my mouth that I did not say and did not care to elaborate on.
It's very telling that the same white leftist that has a history of going after people of color joined the right-wing 4chan dogpile.
Source. Can you please give me one example of any of those people? And I will give you hard mode. Hunter Avalone has to be in the last year and a half. One of those people going after Black content creators. One, please, one. I will take one. Oh, it's going to be Professor Flowers, isn't it?
Pushing the same strawmans in reaches, when Rosalind never said it was racist to make dumplings. It's the fact that they had to lie on Rosalind to find a justification of the harassment going on. 4chan literally made her cookbook a #1 bestseller in Asian cooking on Amazon.
Keffels wasn't as big at the time, but she had also piled on. So Keffels was like quote tweeted it at the end of everything.
Okay, I want you to again remember this. What they're talking about right now is Vosh and Keffels started memeing after this harassment campaign had already ended, or had already run the majority of its course anyway. These are not the same things. And again, I'm going to point back to what I said earlier, which is this is your fucking job to look through the good faith shit, to look between the memes, to find the stuff that is actual harassment. This is your job.
Thing, and I didn't know who she was. But about a year later, when I saw that Keffels had piled on to the original discourse, I was like, oh shit, like now I knew who she was by that point. And it was the first time I saw her tweet where she was just like, because noodles are tasty. I was just like, that's the whitest thing I've ever seen. Like, I can't believe this like purported white leftist who like ratios transphobes or whatever also added on to this like 4chan harassment campaign.
What? I'm sorry, fucking what? Did you just unironically accuse Keffels of doing a 4chan harassment? Keffels, known 4chaner. Yeah, it's a fucking joke. Like, the noodles are tasty thing was so obviously a joke. What? Yeah, don't you love how Keffels is literally 4chan? Keffels is actually like the 4chan website turned into a person. That is true. That is actually true. Yeah, trans women aren't allowed to make jokes.
Of me. Like, that's rich. So like I took a screenshot of it and I posted it simply with like the caption, quite interesting. And somehow, like a day later, Keffels found it and she quote tweeted me, and the harassment campaign amped up again. In her same, like in the same thread where she quote tweets me, she's like, Rosalind is just doing this to like get attention because I have a much bigger account. Like, I don't see the problem with what I said. You know, and you're welcome. Rosalind is welcome to come on my stream and debate. You're setting me up and I'm not falling for it. And it was just like, she just.
That's not how any of this works. That's not how this works. Like, where you quote tweeted her. Like I know she did the quote tweet, but like in your story, it didn't contribute to the harassment campaign until after you responded. What? Oh, hello, Annie43. Good to see you. Yes, we are all one Keffel. Wait, she skimmed over Keffel's asking what the issue with the original book was, and they just responded with incredulity. That's true, Aztec. She did do that. Yeah, this whole thing has been wild. It's so great, isn't it?
Proved my point in that entire, like, not exchange, but like in her quote tweet of me, she like weaponizes her white woman tears because she thinks I was trying to cancel.
Weaponizes her white woman tears. I'm sorry, what? Those are not the same things. Yeah, what tears? Literally, what tears? She literally just said, noodles are tasty, and then quote tweeted you in your response to her, where all you did was respond with incredulity and make a white joke. Yeah, buzzword. Buzzword. Yes, noodles do be tasty.
Her, even though I was just making a joke with my followers, like I was with the original tweet. I was harassed, like I had COVID that week, and I was just trying to get over COVID. But instead I had to deal with the mass harassment that she sent my way because she was.
Okay. I'm gonna. Can I just say the thing that I'm gonna say? Please stop with the harassment bullshit. Please. Yes, also Keffels gave you COVID. Keffels gave Rosalind COVID. Keffels gave Rosalind COVID because of how racist she is. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is the video with Otro. Take a shot for every time the word harassment is brought up. Do you want us to be completely fucking blasted by the end of this? Yeah, I can't believe Claire's behind the lab leak.
The one who needed.
You know what? Fair enough.
Engagement. She was the one who needed to basically start this drama that I wasn't even intending to start. Like, I'm showing my followers, like, look at this white bitch. This is ridiculous. And rather than just like leaving me alone, she relitigated that that harassment campaign. We've been dealing with.
No. You literally just said that you jumped back on a thing that was being brought up a year later. What? No, you don't get to accuse Keffels of relitigating the harassment campaign when Keffels was the one being harassed and you jumped in on it a year later. That's not how this works. What are we talking about?
these issues a decade, if not been a writer since like about 20. This wasn't
Also, yeah, beyond safe words. True. Look at this white bitch is starting drama. None of these people seem to understand that like what they are doing is drama baiting. It's the same thing. What are we talking about? Thank you, Annie, for the tier 1 subscription. And for the Wiggler. Everyone spam Wigglers in chat. I want to take all the energy from the Wigglers and I want to send it to Keffels. Because like it's actually insane that she has to deal with this constant like string of bullshit from people. Get those Wigglers going. We're gonna continue.
the first time I've seen a white woman position herself as this expert on dumplings and noodle and trying to get all of this social capital and trying to build a platform on her so-called appreciation.
Okay, I don't know why this is going to be a controversial thing to say, but like white people can be experts on noodles and dumplings. I'm sorry. Every culture has noodles and dumplings. White people can be an expert on them. It is possible for a white person to have the expertise and knowledge to be able to write a cookbook on noodles and dumplings, including noodles and dumplings come from other cultures, because that is just how learning how to make food works. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say that. If you don't like it, die salty. I don't care.
Quote unquote Asian culture. It's not about can white people do this, white people can't do that, or else they're racist. It's, oh, we don't want to listen to the critiques of any marginalized person or any racialized person.
Okay. We have listened to your critiques. The problem is that your critiques are really fucking stupid. No one's not listening to you. I really hate this like you're not listening to me thing. Everyone remember the RGR thing? The like drama between RGR and Demon Mama? And the stuff between RGR and Doe and RGR and Vosh? Remember all of that when RGR kept saying, you're not listening to me? And what you're not listening to me in this context always fucking means is that if you were listening to me, you would agree with me. No, I'm sorry. I've listened to you. You're just fucking wrong.
Because it makes me feel bad, and you guys are questioning my moral integrity, and I don't like that, and I'm going to use all of the power that I have to silence.
Me leveraging all the power that I have to silence someone with my 1,600 subscriber, 1,700 subscriber YouTube channel.
Keffels also ran a blockchain on anyone that liked, retweeted, and commented on the harassment. This was the first wave when Black
Yes, because Keffels was actively being harassed at the time. What are we talking about?
trans Twitter got blocked en masse, making her space more insular and white. Once again, another moment showing white queers upholding white supremacy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I can't.
And refusing to apply an intersectional lens. Roslyn was spot on when she said it's easier for white people to identify with a white woman making an Asian cookbook than people of color.
Like, the reason I love your idea about doing this video is because it's a group effort.
Also, I'm just gonna get this out of the way because people are eventually gonna say it, and I'm gonna agree with you. This video is fucking edited really fucking poorly. God damn, Soulbunni, please get an editor. I'm sorry, like the weird random cuts, the like, I get it. Editing like doesn't always go perfectly. Please get an editor. Please. I will actually give Soulbunni $100 to get an editor. Did she hire an editor? Fire your editor and get a new one. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if she hired an editor. I know that this apparently went through several re-edits. This is a hell of a final draft. All right, I'm not okay. If she I'm not going to definitively say she did hire an editor. Either she edited herself or she has an editor. Either way, someone needs to do something. I just need to get that out of the way because people are going to make the comment and I'm going to have to address it anyway. Yes, this video is edited very badly. Moving on.
Because it illustrates that pattern of what these white leftist streamers do and how they, kind of weaponize their platform to just do racism on a daily basis.
Source, please, source, one source. I will take literally anything. Just give me something of any of the people that you put on screen. Literally, just one, please give me an example. One example. One.
And it's like, if you like, especially with the white queers, it's really frustrating because white supremacy
White queers.
and queerphobia, transphobia especially, like it all like intertwined, and they don't understand this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Vosh has like literally done several videos on intersectionality. What are we talking about?
Like everything's intertwined, and white queers who are doing this, like, you know, doing racism for engagement bait, they don't understand how they're also shooting themselves in the foot. There was a part of me that wanted to believe that, you know, self-proclaimed white leftists like understood what was
Also, yes, again, source. Please give me an example of them doing racism as engagement bait. Please show me one thing. One. Show me Vosh. Show me Xander Hall. Show me Merrick. Show me Hunter Avalone, specifically in the last 1.5 years. Show me Lonerbox. Show me Xena and Poppy. Show me one of them, please. Please, give me an example. Please.
happening and like what my issue was.
No, Transpersion, I'm going to pause even more just because of this. Just because you said that.
But at the same time, it's like, this is what white people do. They're going to, you know, circle the wagons and protect their own and essentially protect themselves. I think because they are more, I think it's easier for them to identify with Pippa Middlehurst than it is to identify with, you know, people like us. You know, I think a lot,
People like us.
like, you know, even in like progressive circles, I think racism is still kind of like a taboo topic for them, and they're very much like head in the sand.
Me when racism is a taboo topic for lefty streamer. Yeah, Evelyn, it's like I want to stop pausing, but like they got to stop making a bad take every fucking second. Can like there is literally thousands of hours of content between the combined like library of all of these streamers talking about racism. Why? She just doesn't want to show her house. That's probably it.
You know, like racism ended in the 90s kind of thing. Disappointing that despite everything that happened, like with the George Floyd protest, everything that happened with like hashtag Stop Asian Hate, like they still could not fathom why I would be making fun of a white woman who wrote a book about.
Yes. Pippa Middlehurst is the reason that the George Floyd protests were a thing.
Asian dumplings and noodles. All of these white people, and you know, even some Asian people, were basically accusing me of attacking this innocent white
No,
woman.
Paco, racism ended when Barack Obama was elected.
Who was just appreciating the culture. And it's like, y'all, like these white people love this culture that we create. This culture, like these ethnic foods. These.
You win, Aztec. I told you to keep that little comment from the beginning of this segment in your pocket. That this was, you know, just the result of a tweet that she made, an unserious tweet that she made while stoned one night. Or is this a serious critique? A serious critique of a serious topic that she really wants to bring serious attention to. Which fucking is it?
You know, what television shows and movies, they love the aesthetic, they love the products that we put out, but if it were up to them, they would rather be the ones who are kind of like gatekeeping these cultures and presenting them in a way that's palatable for their like white friends, for their white audiences. They want to be the ones gaining the social capital. And it's crazy because, you know, these white leftists are supposedly anti-capitalist, but they don't and they can't see the issue that I was like
not
kind of pointing out with my very unserious tweet. At the end of the day, it is a very like ego-based reaction for them to be like, oh, so white people can't cook noodles? They're so quick to this like knee-jerk reaction, this like defensive reaction. It speaks volumes about their own principles and morals, where
I love how she like started off by saying that there was a lot of projection onto her for saying things that she didn't say, and then this entire time she's just been saying the things that everyone said she said.
it's more important for them to,
Yes, translating culture is not gatekeeping. Also, people like learning how to like make food from other cultures is not the same thing. Like, oh my god.
get their jokes
True, Annie.
in. It's more important for them to defend their right to be Asian food enjoyers or Asian food appreciators or whatever. I think what bothers me the most is that this one...
Exactly what are we like not doing? Like, what are we not doing instead of just like, being an Asian food enjoyer? Like, please explain, please. Can you give an example? Can you give me an example of something that we're not doing, that we're instead like focusing on whatever? I'm okay.
Or maybe two if they're disabled. This like one marginalization means that they're like completely infallible to any critique. It means they think
Source. One source. Show me one example of any of them thinking that their queer marginalization gets them out of being racist. Please.
only white people can be queer. Only white people can be disabled.
What? Yes. Of course, known thing that Bosch, Kethel, Xander Hall, Xena and Poppy, Hunter Avalon, Lonerbox, Shark 300, and Merrick DeVille have all said that only white people can be queer or disabled. Please, can you show me the one random Twitter account that said this to you so we can get this over with?
Like I've seen so much of that on Twitter where it's like, how can I be racist? I'm
Yes, this is literally pancakes and waffles.
really queer. It shows like this fundamental misunderstanding of like intersectionality, where if you're marginalized, it like gives you a pass or something. It's like a sticker that says like, I'm perfect. I'm oppressed, therefore I'm perfect. It's like they're using it as like a badge to say, oh, I'm progressive. Like my marginalization means I'm progressive and I can't be racist, and it means I'm perfect. And it means that I'm the most important person in the room because I'm so marginalized. And like that, again, like it's like this white need, like this need to
show me on the doll where the white streamer hurt you. I'm sorry, like I'm sorry. It's very fair transpersion. I'm sorry that you had to go through this with all of us. Please take care. Show me an example.
Be the one voice in the room, or to be the voice in the room, or to be the most right. It fails to account for, racialized people who are also queer, who are also disabled, who are otherwise marginalized in different ways. And a lot of it is like, so much of it feels like they're just trying to avoid any opportunity to do any self-reflection. If you understand that you're marginalized by your queerness, by your disability, you understand, like you have to understand that all of these oppressive systems are rooted in white supremacy. And
no, they're fucking not. What are we talking about? This is such a reductive framing. Oh my god. Yeah, that's fair, Arachnoid. Okay. Yes, as Yvette in YouTube chat said, this is word salad. Like, literally. This That's not what intersectionality is. Okay. All of these things, transphobia, racism, sexism, homophobia, all of these modes of oppression interlock and compound each other. This is not the same thing as them being rooted in white supremacy. None of these things require white supremacy to function. White supremacy can use all of these things in order to justify itself, in order to function. But they're not rooted in white supremacy. It's also worth acknowledging that white supremacy as a concept is not as old as some of these concepts. Patriarchy has existed for a hell of a lot longer. This is ahistorical. This is also bad analysis. This is actually bad enough that I'm like willing to say, please stop speaking about these until you've actually read a fucking book.
If you're not willing to reckon with white supremacy, you're not actually for liberation. What you're for is assimilating into the power structure that keeps racialized people at the bottom.
Yes, assimilationism is when make mean tweet on Twitter and say noodles are tasty.
The avoidance of reflecting on their whiteness within the queer community is one of the biggest issues in our community. It's shown a lot of times when they can't hide behind their queerness to trans people of color. That's when you'll start hearing identity politics, woke scold, and oppression Olympics. That's when they run blockchains on intersectional posts to maintain their narrative and pedestal they place themselves on. You can say a lot of white queers have a bad case of main character syndrome. While we're still here discussing the white queer community, I felt it was proper to end it off discussing this clip.
We all have a bad case of main character syndrome. That's literally why we're doing YouTube. All of us, again, none of us are free from sin. We are all just as self-centered. This includes you, Soulbunni. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. You're a YouTuber. You don't get to call other people self-centered.
That I consider bad white queer literacy.
Yeah, the Hassan raid for a charity stream makes it like earn so much more money too. It's such a valuable gift.
Oh yeah, no, it was great. It sucks, like, the response to the charity stream was actually, like, very negative, which was crazy to me. There was a lot of trans people who were trying to turn it into, like, into a bad thing, which was, like...
For what?
They were trying to say that it was entirely performative and I should have raised money to directly put into the PayPal accounts of Black trans women. I'm not joking, like, this was an actual thing people were mad about.
If you did...
Actually, wait.
Go down that road, I can see a lot of people getting really mad and being like, well, are you accountable? Do you have the receipts? Did every single person get, like, how much money? How did you decide who gets it and who doesn't? Not to mention, like, if you want to use Tiltify, I think is the name of it, for raising money.
Yeah, it's like I didn't have access to the money, and also if I raised $200,000 on my own, and I would not only have to pay taxes, but I feel like they would be even more mad if I was like, hello, white trans woman here. It is time for me to decide which Black trans women are worthy of this money I raised on your behalf. I am a savior of the Black trans community. No, they would hate me for that. They wouldn't like that. They don't want that.
In reality, Black trans women that are being murdered at staggering rates don't give a damn what some random white person on Twitter is saying. We lack funding and support, period. Many of us either don't have Twitter, let alone enough reach to be heard. This clip also showed me that Keffels isn't in community with Black trans folks, displaying how she cares more about how she appears than helping BIPOC trans people she states to be the CEO of.
What? No. First, Soulbunni. Does she know? Does she know? Does she know that what Keffels was talking about was just literally a series of events? Like, this wasn't like a hypothetical thing. No, Soulbunni, hon, these are things that actually happened. Like, this is just a series of events. Like, this actually, this happened. I know she knows she's lying, but, like, it was funny for the bit, Netspace. Yeah, the clip literally said the opposite of what she concluded. What are we talking about? I I want to give a little bit of context into what she's talking about. Okay, what Kevels was saying in that clip was in like late last year, or like, yeah, late last year, or early last year, sorry, early last year, Keffels raised a shit ton of money for the trans community, donated like for charity during a live stream, and there was a bunch of people loosely associated with Jay who on Twitter went and started a harassment campaign against Keffels. Now this is because Jay got mad, or someone around Jay, like, I don't remember specifically who it was, got mad that Keffels didn't just literally just take all of that money and donate it to like one random trans person for like their surgery. Okay. For those who don't know who Jay is, she's a black trans woman on Twitter who her entire existence is to just like harass white trans femmes who say things that she doesn't like. That's all her account is. Anyway, moving on. She proceeded to like get mad about Keffels doing this. Keffels quote tweeted her and clapped back, and then Jay accused Keffels once again of that same thing of like the harassment and brigading. I actually directly remember this because this is what actually made me realize who Keffels was. I actually didn't know who Keffels was beyond having seen her ratio people on Twitter. I didn't know anything about her streaming career. I had never watched any of her stuff. I didn't know who she was. And then I saw this drama going on in a fucking Facebook group. Didn't know what it was. I looked into it. It was fucking stupid, and I told people that. And for that, I got banned from the Facebook group. I vent posted about this on Twitter, and because Keffels saw it, he retweeted it, and that caused all of the people in this like harassment campaign against her, where she was like clapping back at Jay, to harass me for an entire fucking day. So I need all of you to understand. Soulbunni, she's just recapping events. The clip literally says the opposite of what you're saying it says. Also, by the way, Keffels did like reach out to me after that and apologize for putting me in the crossfire by retweeting me, which I know she doesn't remember, but it, like, at least she was very nice about it.
White leftists are not our allies. They are not our accomplices. They are not for liberation. They are for their own profit and for, you know, building their own social capital and positioning themselves as the experts, as the...
White leftists are not our allies. They're only out for themselves. Yeah, intersectionality is when you claim white people aren't your allies. And yes, please stop generalizing all white leftists. My God, please.
You know.
And also, can you please again give me an example? Give me an example of this happening. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's projection.
There, you know, like this whole thing has just made me realize that like white people are not serious. The only thing...
White people are not serious. Way to generalize an entire race of people. Yeah, there are no serious white people ever. No white person has ever been serious, ever in the history of white people.
Thing they're serious about is this like individualist need to be visible, basically.
Yeah, it's almost like there's something inherent to white people that makes them this way.
To be the funniest in the room, to be the most, you know, progressive in the room. It just kind of means
almost like there's some sort of like genetic reason that might make white people like this. That might make them somewhat like different to the rest of us normal people who aren't like this.
Me realize that This is just like a facade to them. This is just a game. They have no like actual stakes in the game. Like it's basically like.
I'm sorry, we were just talking about a lot of white trans people. I you know, I don't want to again step over and talk over black people, but like, do I not have a stake in some of these games being a trans person? Like, I'm sorry, does my marginalization not count? What? This is literally Oppression Olympics. This is literally like, they're treating oppression like it's an RPG map where like you have certain points in each of your oppression stats, and once you get enough in certain ones, you get a boost to all of them. Like, what are we talking about? And I know I've been attributing a lot of this to Soulbunni. Rosalind is just as bad, but the problem here is that Soulbunni is basically signing on all of these words. They might as well come from her mouth. Being in this video. This is her video. She controls this narrative.
This is like the idea of like liberation is not something that they're really thinking of. They're basically just treating this like as a sport or some kind of something like that. Once they're
yes, white leftists are treating this like a sport. You know, Vosh with his like hundreds of hours of content covering Black Lives Matter and like racial issues and also trans issues, and also what are we? Every single one of the streamers on this list have libraries of content talking about this shit. What are we talking about? Yeah, source Twitter clips.
feelings are hurt, like in...
Yeah, not to mention the charity streams. Bosch literally did 3 charity streams. Couples did a giant charity stream. Hassan does charity. Like, all of these people are doing all of these things. What are we talking about? I'm not saying that every single one of them are doing, like, everything, but they're not doing fucking nothing. Yeah, and progressive victory is a thing.
Like, once...
Yes, Evelyn. That's exactly what's going on. Because this whole video, by the way, is just lunch table politics. That's all this is. This is just high school click shit.
They get their feelings hurt, they will revert to their whiteness, like, in the snap of a finger. Like, and like, God forbid, like, I show a bit of vulnerability and like show
to their
my
whiteness.
Emotions about everything.
I'm reverting to my whiteness
and,
right now.
Like, when it comes to like when it comes...
Yeah, no, this is just actually like racist, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna die on that hill. This is just actually racist.
To like women of color, like pointing out anything that's wrong with the world, we're always angry, we're always like hysterical, we're always like irrational, and especially when it comes to like making fun of white women, like it's like we've committed this
as if that is a thing that is unique to trans, like, people of, like, women of color. What are we talking about? Yeah, how can we revert to our whiteness when they say we don't have culture?
This cardinal sin. Like, don't make fun of white women. Like, you're gonna make us look bad. And it's like, I don't care. Like,
what inspired this segment was me watching FD's video that had a segment on online figures cancellations. See Merrick go into depth about why she was...
I want to make it very clear. I criticized the exact video that she's talking about. It was a really good video that I made. You should watch it. I criticized that video. FD Signifier has made a way fucking better video than you will ever make, Soulbunni. You are not FD Signifier. Jesus fucking Christ.
Was previously cancelled while completely leaving out the biggest one. She constantly ran defense for her now racist ex-boyfriend SDL, and joined in on the dog pal on Professor Flowers and Cat Black. She also went after me for my first video essay that included her ex's racist statements.
You posted a video about her, and then she responded to your video about her. That is not the same thing as going after you. What are you talking about? Yeah, and also FD Signifier isn't that good, by the way. I think Netspace, I think the implication is her now ex-boyfriend. Her ex-boyfriend being racist. Yeah, she just like misspoke, I think, with the wording. I mean, it could be now racist. Like, she could mean that, and if she does, that's actually really fucking funny. And yeah, and Soulbunni did take Merrick's clip out of context, by the way. Like everyone on fucking TikTok did.
My video also breaks down her week 13-15 arguments, and she ignores that arrests aren't convictions. She played up the white tears and expected me to delete my first video.
Wait, hold on. Whoa. Where in these clips, where did she say to delete the video? Where?
15 arguments, and she ignores that arrests aren't convictions. She played up the white tears and expected me to delete my first video. At this time, I was a nobody with only 500 subs. What does it mean when black people get attacked and dogpiled for correcting white?
Can you read this? Yeah, I'll read the screenshots. We'll go through it. Yeah.
Merrick go into depth about why she was previously cancelled while completely leaving out the biggest one.
Merrick says, it was done while attacking racists. Irony is often used by fascists, but 99.9% of SDL's content is explicitly, sincerely anti-racist. You have to use the body of work and context clues to investigate people's real beliefs, and it's really easy in this case. There's no way to put an anti-racist spin on this, says Square Symbols. And I can't read the entire screenshot. Because like I can't, like, they haven't widened it, so I can't read the whole thing, so I don't want to just read like 5 words. But Merrick responds and says, this is one of the easiest ones, yikes. He was directly responding to a video about RNK selection that talked about physical features made by a fascist he had recently argued against race realism on.
She constantly ran defense for her now racist ex-boyfriend SDL, and joined in on
Sad Little Kobold says, mostly upset about bullying in the online left. Merrick responds, he should probably not be cool with Sophie from Mars, Thought Slime, Professor Flowers, or Bad Bunny them.
On the dog pal on Professor Flowers and Cat Black. She also
this is just them name searching Cat Black in Merrick's tweet history. Wait, why were we talking about his dick? In response to Cat Black, and then also in response to Cat Black, oh god, who will think of the poor persecuted heterosexuals?
went after me for my first video essay that included her ex.
Her tweet going after Soulbunni says, why you shouldn't trust video essayists, example 10,000. I made a TikTok video explaining why 1350 is wrong and talk about how institutional racism over policing, over arresting, leads to these stats being abused by conservatives. She overtly lies and says I claim it's factual.
This is racist statements.
And then in response to that thread, she says, oh, and by the way, I've reached out to Bad Bunny, Sophie from Mars, Solari, and Noah Samson privately about various conflicts over the years, intending to talk things out, correct misconceptions, and mend fences, and I've been met with smiling in my face while continuing to pull this BS or silence. Sorry, but I'm still stripper white trash without a filter and low tolerance for fake people. I have no desire to protect people's reputations while they engage in lunch table politics. There's a growing movements around the world, but you wanna, and then it cuts off because she didn't actually like do her due diligence in getting all the screenshots properly.
My video also breaks down her week 13-15 argument.
Artistic Anarchy responds to Merrick and says, skill issue on their part. To be quite honest, this person made a whole ass video essay about how they're too stupid to understand your TikTok. Merrick responds, it's about a lot more than just me. She does SDL 32. I was just blown away by how mean-spirited and shameless this was. Artistic Anarchy then responds, there is no bottom.
So she ignores that arrests aren't convictions. She played up
the comments on her TikTok we have from Twisted Rebel Joker 666. Get back to work. Stop making boring TikToks where you accept racist statistics. Lol. Merrick says, oh my god, you're actually doing it. You're getting mad at me for explaining racist statistics and the racism that caused them. Holy shit. And then Goose Guy 20 says Jewish people got involved in banking because for a while it was the only thing they could do.
The white tears and expected me to delete my first video. At this time, I was a nobody with only 500 subs. What does it mean when black people get attacked and dogpiled for correcting white people's advocacy for us? Can you see?
Apparently it means you get to 4.2k subscribers
Yeah, that can hinder a lot of work when we're stuck discussing one-on-ones with self-appointed allies. Yeah, it's me again. I felt the need to pop up to really and to understand the seriousness of the situation I'll be discussing next. I want to show them the productive attitudes writing out this drama, but these are real people's lives. It never should have escalated to the scale that it did. And honestly, that's really sad. The blatant trans misogyny is sad. The harassment, the dogpiling, and just follows coming from white activists. That said, please listen to the perspective we haven't been given and understand these are real people's lives.
It's white people making these spaces unsafe for us. And that's not us being insular. It's them refusing to learn or understand or otherwise like meaningfully engage with any anti-racist theory or any anti-racist like praxis.
No, it's us not willing to accept your batshit definitions of things and not willing to take your critiques because we disagree with them. That's not making space. That's not making spaces unsafe for you. Now, yeah, no, this is classic emotional manipulation.
Racism is very serious and it can be extreme. White people should treat it seriously, but they have this like stereotypical idea of racism that for them, it's like a very high bar to meet, you know? They don't see that calling any black leftist a psyop. They don't understand why that's problematic because they only see the Klan hoods as a valid form of racism.
What? Yes. All of us white leftists only see racism when it is literally Klan hoods. What are you talking about? Please, I'm begging you, please. Can you just give me one example? I will take any example. One source, please. One source, please. Holy shit, please. I am going to continue to deteriorate the rest of stream, by the way. I just want you all to know that.
They're not dealing with like the root cause of these oppressions. And it's kind of like why we keep going in this like endless circle, because we have to keep explaining to white people that yes, white supremacy is actually at the root of everything. It's at the root of misogyny. It's at the root of queerphobia. It's at the root of transphobia. It's fucking not. No. This is not intersectionality. Please stop. Please. Go. Just log onto Wikipedia. Please log onto Wikipedia. Just like search intersectionality. Please just read the Wikipedia. Like just do something. Just please just one. Yeah, this is literally white people ruined everything. Oh my god. Okay. It's at the root of ableism. Sometimes it feels like white people are just like being dense on purpose. It's like their God-given right to be dense and to keep us trapped in this cycle of explaining to white people that white supremacy is at the root of everything. Like the white arrogance makes them come into these conversations where they're like, I'm the most right person, and if you tell me otherwise, I'm just gonna harass you. Remember all of that supposed projection that like everyone was putting on her, that she like hated white people and was saying that white people can't like talk about certain things. Remember all of that apparent projection. Yeah, Paco, there was no ableism before white supremacy. There was no patriarchy before white supremacy. There was like no one was ever homophobic before white supremacy. Yeah, leftism is when you hate white people. I'm one of the good ones because I'm a self-hating white. Damn it. You because you're racist, and like it's so that arrogance means that they're not coming from a place of like wanting to learn and wanting to help and wanting to join the collective struggle. It's about wanting to feel like the most right person in the room. It's about their own personal grievances. But white people, they're coming into this brand new, but they're acting like they are the experts and they're the most right. And I'm gonna start taking a shot every time she says white people, when what she's like going to say that she means is these white streamers. And this whole debate culture, it exacerbates that problem 100%, because they have this like following, to have this fan base of people who hang on to your every word. They're not coming to this with an open mind. They're coming to this with okay, I'm here now, let's fix it. Wait, so do white people not want to do anything, or do they want to fix everything? Which is it? Are we not
Are we like literally useless pieces of shit that just want to be racist to people, or are we trying to be white saviors? Which narrative? Pick one, please. Pick a lane, stay in it, please, please. For the love of God, pick one argument and just stick to it.
Cat Black, a black trans content creator, is one of the pioneers of trans YouTube. I've been following Cat Black since I was a freshman in high school. In 2016 to 2018, she was targeted in a harassment campaign by the alt-right pipeline. Numerous bad faith videos were made that didn't engage at all with what Cat Black was saying in her videos. Last year's Women's History Month, she was intensely harassed by white leftists. Cat made the mistake of asking her community a very simple question. Without naming names, she asked her community that's largely trans if ironic misogyny is helpful to trans liberation. This led to Ian, aka
No. I hate that we have to go through this again. I hate that we have to keep retreading this every single fucking time.
Vosh, who made the ironic misogyny joke against J.K.
Yeah, she was vague posting. She was literally vague posting.
Rowling to jump into Cat's DMs. In that exchange, Vosh
Yeah, Annie, we literally have to like recorrect the order of events like all the fucking time. Jesus Christ. This is what the myth of Sisyphus was referring to. Was this video.
not only was a massive dick, but he also displayed an explosive amount of arrogance that only a cis white man would confidently display. Everything escalated fast when Foster in his glory misrepresented his conversation with Cat, starting a wave of harassment that would only get worse with each day.
No. Cat Black literally leaked the DMs. What are we talking about?
In her attempt to shut down Vosh's lies in low digs, she rightfully released the DMs that showed how unhinged and self-important Ian is. At this point, Ian decided to escalate the situation even further, taking it to stream to weaponize his live audience. ContraPoints, who is one of the biggest video essayists in LeftTube, also fell victim to Vosh's stream. ContraPoints simply speaking up on his bad faith attacks led him to slick his fans on her. All this because two trans women told him that ironic misogyny isn't helpful to trans people.
I promised I wasn't going to go over the harassment thing again, so I'm going to stick to that promise to all of you.
Many of the debate pros from Twitch and the racist queer community joined in on the dogpiling of Cat Black. Hunter Avalon being one of them who came with the biggest reach against Cat Black.
The biggest reach against Cat Black. The tweet is literally like one line. What are we talking about? This is where Idpol gets you absolutely brain dead. To Cat Black's tweet that says, yes, if my only two choices in a conversation about black experiences were Candace Owens and some white dude who read a few books, I think Candace, a black woman, would have more to say. Yes, this was the biggest stretch when Hunter Avalon said this is where Idpol gets you.
In his quest to gain clout. Hunter's first thought was to dig up out of context.
If I was an American fascist for years, I'd probably not be as confident giving my take on this, TBH, is what the Cavernacle said in response to Hunter Avalon.
Tweet of Cat. It's very rich coming from him since he's supposedly a reformed white supremacist.
Soulbunni. What are you talking about?
Let alone the fact that he made a very viral right-wing racist transphobic video on Cat that got hundreds of thousands of views. So to see him not only join in on the dog pile, but to do so with the dog whistle as Idpol is very ironic. While we're on white leftists,
Look, I don't like Hunter Avalon. I think he's kind of a dick. He has some really bad takes on gender. What is the point? Please, what is the point? Can you tell me? Can you write it in 5 words? You're already painting. Can you just write like right there, right where the hair is, like just in 5 words. Tell me what the point is.
to get Dreamleaf her Queer Clan Rally Award. Her outstanding continual racist attacks and
Yes, known racist, Dreamleaf. What?
misinformation on Cat Black takes a lot of commitment to constantly have cat in your mouth. Now let's hear
Says the person who has made, count them, 2 videos on Keffels and now 2 videos on Vosh. Oh my god. All right. We are all glass houses. Let's chill the stones, okay?
Hear Ian retell what happened from his perspective.
Well, I don't like the arguments a lot of people are using, you know? I'm okay with being criticized for the ironic misogyny, but a lot of people, I think, again, are doing that ceding ground to J.K. Rowling thing. So one of the people doing that was Cat Black on Twitter. I DM'd Cat Black saying that I disagreed with her and asked if she would be interested in hearing my explanation for my behavior. She made comments about my penis unprompted, which again is very weird. Cat Black sexually harassed me. I'm really sorry. Just out of nowhere talking about a person's dick because you sexted them before and you're having a public falling out with them, to stand by the side of that person when everything that I've done here, every element of this particular drama, has been escalated and instigated by other people. That's not an exaggeration.
Wow, it must be really, really difficult to always, every single time you try to make a point to post a clip that disproves the point that you're trying to make. I don't know how you are able to do this every single time, Soulbunni. It's actually amazing that you have this talent.
Yeah, Vosh, pretty much exactly what Cat Steed Season 2. All right, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay. Super idpol, lefty black women who are really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have racist thoughts tend to weirdly fetishize interracial race shit for probably reasons they should be more critical of.
Whether or not you agree with anything that he said, I just want to point out, this was completely disconnected from the other Cat Black thing that was going on. This was not part of that. This was a completely separate comment that he was talking about, and this has been taken out of context and added all of the other baggage to it. And it's really fucking disgusting that she would use this as an excuse to do sexual harassment apologia.
Is this not exactly like all of the woke scolds who would reply to ContraPoints and say stuff like, are you done invalidating the voices of trans women who have been hurt by your content? It's such a shitty, presumptuous woke scold kind of behavior because you're presupposing, the more of you are in the replies being
I'm not doing the harassment thing. I'm not doing the harassment thing. I promised.
It's not what's happening right here. This is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. I just think it's funny how he's talking shit, so here we are, lol. She really is mentally a teenage girl. Don't they say trans people go through a second puberty when they transition? Oh my god, I didn't even...
I'm sorry, that was just a funny joke. I died mad. I don't care. It was a funny joke. I would make that joke.
See this. Wait, she's genuinely retarded. I'm so sorry. Do you guys remember the DMs that we shared?
As you saw, he did everything to escalate the situation. He starts by using anti-white.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. No. Cat Black escalated this situation and Vosh continued escalating after the escalation. That's, oh my god.
Which at this point...
Also, please learn what a joke is. Please learn what a joke is. Please.
Is more than a dog whistle. His fetish comments were pulled completely out of his rear, especially when you know that Cat has discussed race play for years.
They were pulled out of... He was discussing something else! It wasn't... Oh my god.
Cat is so open in her content about her experiences of black trans women being fetishized. I haven't even spoken on him going after ContraPoints for simply calling out his ego. Trans people's lived experiences will always hold more weight than what some arrogant cis white man has to offer. And don't waste your time with the Blair White and Candace Owens strawmans. You don't even realize you weaponize them against black people just as much as white supremacists.
Keep that in your back pocket. The Blair White, Candace Owens strawmans. Keep that in your back pocket.
Now to these important next clips.
It's real bad. You guys saying that she leaked the sects, which by the way, I saw large content creators repeating the fact that she leaked the sects, which never happened. That did not ever happen. No sects were ever leaked by anyone. All that Cat Black ever did was say that the greatest extent that they ever engaged was to sext a few years ago. You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck over the place. And Honestly, that's fucking shit. Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way, people perpetuating this, and this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
Okay. I'm gonna need to have to revisit the actual specifics to like to actually like look into that. I'm willing to take Demon Mama at her word that what Cat Black did was reveal the fact that they had sexted and not the actual sexts. That doesn't change a single fucking thing. It literally does not change a single fucking thing. Yeah, we can read the tweets from Shark. No matter what you think of Vosh, what Kat did the other day was 100% sexual harassment, true, and it's just plain gross. I always speak highly of Kat, especially with her talks on sex and consent, which makes this even more sad. Revealing intimate conversations and publicly trying to demean and humiliate someone about their genitals is so nasty and manipulative, it genuinely shocks me some people took it with such nonchalance. If I had a falling out with a female streamer and I talked about how he sent lewd texts and she has weird tits just apropos of nothing, I hope you all would tear me apart for that is so childish, weird, and sexual harassment. Also, these screenshots don't even, like, do that. Shark literally said that she leaked that they sexted. He didn't say that she leaked the sexts. And then Claudia Brown responds to the... Oh, wait, no, somebody else responds to the tweet and says, did she not reveal such a thing until after Vosh on stream accused her of having a white fetish? I don't tend to support retaliatory tactics, which is why I don't like Vosh, mind you, but that point does seem lost in the overall discourse. And then Claudia Brown says, what he said I think was a low blow, but she responded by going even lower. I think that's just fucked, honestly. Neither of them came out looking particularly good from all of this, but I feel like Kat leaking sex and insulting his dick just undermines all her stuff on consent. Okay, Claudia Brown said that. Shark did not. If you're going to... Soulbunni, if you're going to argue this, get actual receipts that, like, prove your point. What are...
extent that they ever engaged was to sex a few years ago. You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck info. And it is, I'm seeing a file for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you Shark for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes. You were so mask off with your back.
What was that about, Strawman? Can we run that back and I just want to hear it again. I'm not sure I heard everything perfectly correctly. I just want to...
You didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you Shark for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes.
Source. Show me the racist and transphobic thing that he did. Please, source once. One tweet, one video, one comment, something. Give me, like, a time where he scratched his keys into someone's car and did it against, like, a trans woman. Please, something. Give me something.
You were so mask off with your bad faith attacks on Cat Black. Shark was the first content creator to push this misinformation that debate bros till this day still latch onto you. The hordes of racist white queer people that ran with this to attempt to silence Cat, and anyone calling out the bold trans misogynor. Shark gained a lot of clout and profited off of the attacks. Black trans people don't have to accept contradictory allyship from cis black men, throwing black trans people to the wolves that are debate bros. Cat wasn't the first or the last trans person he's gone after. The clout and access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed coon vibes from him. At the moment,
You sense what vibes? What vibes were those? Yeah, yikes. Yikes and oof, and also yikes. This is just racism. Like, it's just racism. I mean, what? So, Soulbunni. Racism aside, can you once again please provide me one source of Shark doing this, of Shark being racist, transphobic, of Shark doing something like benefiting off of his attacks? Like, I'm again, I don't really want to go back into the harassment thing, but like, Professor Flowers was being criticized for a thing that she said publicly. That's not harassment. It's not. Yeah, source. I made it the fuck up.
But he lacks any contrition for the hate he pushed. I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr. When my black and brown trans siblings
Can we stop with the racism? What?
Are lacking resources, support, dying, and being murdered. There's a lesson from this that I want leftists and especially cornbread to dogs.
Yeah, people are dying and being murdered, and you're over here making YouTube videos. What are you doing, Shark 300 for Black trans community? You're just sitting here making YouTube videos. I, a streamer on, or I, a video essayist on YouTube, am doing something. I'm starting to wonder when the actual argument is going to be made, because so far, nothing in this video is an argument.
Understand. To have allyship with black trans folks is so much more than publicly stating your support. To be intersectional with us, you need to include us in your dialogue. You'll need to share your platform to help push nuanced discussions. Learn what trans misogynoir is, which I discuss in my video Transphobia and Trans Misogynoir. Now back to this caucasity.
I will not move from my positions because I am right and confident in that rightness. And I have not, nor will I ever cede ground to bad arguments because they're being.
Yes, Aztec, let it be known that I'm against racism and have defended a black man now. But oh no, I'm now anti-woman because I defended a black man.
Being offered by people with different lived experiences than me. We will be mass banning people from my subreddit who take any position other than the correct one, which is mine. Also from my chat and from my Discord. There were a lot of people here in my community and chat who were defending Contra throughout all this, but Contra never actually posed an argument to me in public. What am I supposed to take from that? Don't you think the whole I'm right, you're wrong mentality encourages this kind of behavior? No, never cede into the abusers. They want you to think that being confident is what they have a problem with. They want you to believe, oh, things would be so much better if only you were weaker and more susceptible to peer pressure. I will never cede anything for the sake of optics with these f***ing people, okay? Never in my life. I will tear this entire goddamn community to the ground before I cede even the slightest point for the sake of getting them off my back. I do not care. I will never care. I'm building my nest egg, all right? I'll do this shit for as long as I can. I will never in my life back off. And if more people were like me, the left would have won the online space years ago.
After
Why? What's the point? Like, what is this supposed to be? Like, what is this an example? Like, what? You're Soulbunni, you're just playing random clips now. You're just picking random clips of Vosh and you're just kind of putting them in there. What is this supposed to prove? What are we doing?
After watching that, aren't you eager to give him the most helpful trans ally award? If bad media literacy was clips, it would be these.
What? Because he went on a hyperbolic rant about banning people who disagreed with him? What? Oh, yeah, NetSpace, I'm sorry. I forgot, like, she was already doing that. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Strictly only being in a community with trans people that agree with you, as this person says it all. This is exactly.
Okay, even if I accepted that shit wasn't just, like, literally him memeing and being hyperbolic like he usually is, I would also ban people from my community that had bad opinions if the opinions were like really bad. Like obviously it's a case by case basis, but if I am extremely confident in my opinions and I believe that certain other opinions will cause harm, why would I want those people in my community if I'm trying to advocate for my beliefs? What? And also, yeah, beyond safe words. Vosh and his chat fight all the fucking time. What are you talking about?
Exactly what creates insular spaces where white supremacy in the queer community can grow. He purged away the remaining intersectional trans people in his space and built walls like the arrogant entitled white boy he is. To be this explosive over being corrected is what BIPOC leftists fear in shared spaces.
Over being correct? What?
The cognitive dissonance is white supremacy, like, let's be real. But that weird cognitive dissonance, like,
more buzzwords, more just using words to sound smarter.
it was a bit surprising, you know, like, and this is my real life, you know, like, these are my like lived experiences, whereas these like white leftists are just like, they're just doing Discord, they're just shitposting, they're just trying to get content for their streams or whatever, and they're trying to do this like react.
What is this video? What is this video? This video is literally just that. I'm sorry. I'm just, like, I didn't want to go into this doing the whole like you're just doing this for clout thing, but no, that's literally like this whole video is literally that, exactly that. Please, can we just be honest? All of us are doing this for clout. All of us are doing this. I'm doing a drama video right now. You're making a drama video. This is all drama and clout bait. What are we talking about? And yes, can we stop saying white people?
Reactionary grifting, like a lot of people on the right do. Like I
Yes, we're all right-wingers for... I don't... Pick a thing.
very like the fact that so many white leftists also had the same reaction as so many right-wing douchebags kind of speaks volumes.
I can hear the YT in her voice. Every time she says it, I can hear that it's YT.
You know, like even white people who are like marginalized by class or by disability or by sexuality, they still had the same reactions as like Jesse Single. And what does that say?
Source, please. One source. One, please. One. Can you show me, please show me one example of Xena and Poppy having the same reaction as Jesse Single to any of this? Please show me one example of Xander Hall. Please, just one clip, one tweet, one.
About whiteness. What does that say about so-called white progressives?
This final mask-off conversation I'll show you is of Ian talking to Andrewism. It is rich in examples of being out of touch and struggling with allyship 101s.
The problem is, the language that I used was inclusionary, and the language that she used was exclusionary, which is the reason why I was critical. My message wasn't...
Exclusionary in what way?
So she literally says, do not talk to me about police, white people, until you've done X. I can't imagine...
She said, please don't speak to me about police in the context of what the guy said. She was speaking directly to somebody.
I love how reading subtext is a thing that all of these people are capable of doing up until the moment that you call them out for saying something like this.
But she had co-tweeted somebody. So the please don't speak about police is specific to that tweet. But the first sentence, why white leftists more eager to unify with racialized communities than organize your own people first. Second sentence, unity with black people is meaningless as long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Now, in the original stream, you're taking issue with the phrase, your own people. Do you still have issue with that phrase?
Yeah. Why are we racializing this?
Because you can't ignore race in America of all places.
No, if you have a problem with a take, you don't need to say, why are these white people giving a bad take? You don't need to say white people aren't doing enough. If you have an issue with a take,
pointing out a general trend in the organization patterns.
That's right. That's essentializing.
Lack of organizing patterns. It's not essentializing. So
why did black people?
Also, where's the incorrect thing? Please show me where the incorrect thing is.
People overwhelmingly vote for Biden instead of Bernie. Maybe you guys need to do more radicalization within your own community first. How much is X or Y doing? Like, why aren't white people doing enough? Why not?
No Name is also openly anti-Semitic as fuck. Okay, I will take your word on that. I have no idea about anything about No Name. The last time I actually heard anything about No Name was literally this drama. So like, I'll take your word for it.
Use positive language that includes people. White people have a power that black people don't.
Because you don't need to coddle people.
Oh, see, now we're getting to it. Using inclusionary language is coddling. Anti-revolutionary rhetoric. This is counter-revolutionary from No Name. The original tweet is saying, hey, workers of America, we need to rise up together and recognize that petty racial infighting is not the way to solve our problems. We need to work together against the collective institutions that oppress us.
You have a weird way of perceiving these sort of things, but let me scale back a bit.
If you were a random white kid and you saw this tweet, like you realize...
We're not talking about random white kids, Fosh.
Random white kids are future revolutionaries. White Boy Summer is a revolutionary's haven, okay? We need those random white kids. And they see a tweet like this. And what do they think? How can you recruit new people if you don't care what normies think about our movement? How can we recruit new people if we don't care about what randoms think about our messaging? We need to know. We need to be appealing to them as much as possible. We should be having bake sales to get these fuckers in our doors. There are people who are going to say that I'm tone policing, but that it's okay to tone police massive public figures when they're giving political messaging. That's an okay time to tone police, actually. Optics is very important when it comes to bringing over new people. I don't think we're ever going to agree on that. And even if they never fully unlearn it and they're still like a little bit racist, what would you rather have? A slightly racist white kid who wants a proletarian revolution, or a slightly racist white kid with a Back the Blue sticker on the back of his fucking Ford Focus, you know? I know that I would rather have them on the left. And maybe they're irritating and other black people on the online left don't want to be around them. That's cool. They don't have to. It's not a social club. They can stay in some other portion of the left where people are more tolerant of that type of behavior, you know?
And who do you think is going to create that path? Who do you think should create that path? Who do you think should be putting in that difficult work to build that path?
Well, I do it better than pretty much anyone else, I think. So I'd say me. Yeah, I think other white people can use their privilege to try to access those communities.
Which is No Name's point.
No Name was basically telling...
What is this supposed to indicate? Please.
White people to sweep their own porch before coming to pick apart black people's advocacy. Being that white Americans have yet to tangibly reckon with their whiteness. They still at large are struggling to push anti-racist efforts within their own spaces. It took an entire hour for Ian to finally understand the No Name tweet, only to gaslight his way out of reflecting, purposely refusing to understand since his whole argument he relied on would crumble.
Okay, first of all, no. Also, that's not what she said. Also, no. What?
Placing more importance in personally feeling right than truly understanding what androgism and No Name are conveying. The idea that black people have to tone police our intersectional leftist spaces, for some likely still racist white boys to feel welcome, is quite literally counterproductive. The only people that need to be doing bake sales and going door to door are other white people. The Black Panther Party and MLK were largely unpopular, yet they made so much progress. Progress that was made without the majority of white Americans and normies. Moving forward, we should stop.
What? I'm so tired.
Engaging and going back and forth with bigots that dig their heels in. That time could be better spent uplifting and helping build intersectional leftist creators, especially Cornbread Tube. Watch more women of color, queer, and trans content creators. Together we can encourage a healthy space welcoming more diverse voices, where tone policing isn't the norm, nuance encouraged, and our lived experience aren't dismissed. Let's together walk into this new leftist era where truly intersectionality is the norm. With that said, I wish you endurance as we push through more anti-trans and CRT bills. Special thanks to—
Okay, it's over. It's over. It's finally over. So that was a lot. Oh yeah, Poly People. Poly People was on screen. I think that alone is probably probably justification enough to write off this video. Anyone who unironically listens to Poly People, that is a special type of self-harm that you're inflicting on yourself. Wait. Any links? All right, let's see. She doubled down what she said about Shark. I got them pressed since I struck them where it hurts. I simply said the quiet part out loud, which is them outraged over me calling Shark the... Oh my god! This is just racism. This This is just racism. Yeah, C slurs when you don't agree with me. Okay, so let's settle down for a second. Let's settle down. All right, Evelyn, I will check my Discord DMs. You don't have to spam in chat. Of course. All right. From FD Signifier, I don't want to minimize the capacity for harm that happens when Keffels and similar figures do harmful shit or even just troll for attention, but I do think it's incongruent with the reality of her actual influence in the space, let alone the fact that this is very clearly a branding and marketing strategy at this point. But if you really want to stop Keffels and other bad actors who have some influence in the space, I guarantee you that 13K tweets about Soulbunni and her content are a better way to do it. What the fuck? Do we have Evelyn, you sent this to me. Do you have the actual like link to this tweet? It looks like this is part of a thread. I would like to see the full context of this before I just like tear into this. If you have the full thing, I would like to have the link. Just post it in chat. Because to be clear, this is dumb shit, but I want to know the exact reason that it's dumb shit rather than just calling it dumb shit. I mean, I suppose I can also like do a quick search. How do we find it? Linkers doing what they do best. All right, here we go. We're gonna also untap, like, why do you keep doing that? All right. Keffels is trending on my feed. Keffels has 42,000 subs and 13,000 tweets about her. Okay. I really, really want everyone to take a moment and consider the totality of what that means and how this works. I don't want to minimize the capacity for harm that happens when Keffels and similar figures do harmful shit or even just troll for attention, but I do think it's incongruent with the reality. Oh wait, this is old shit. Strategy. Wait, isn't this when she went into rehab? Is this not when she went into rehab? Is he like... Yeah, she had been there 2 weeks. This is FD Signifier accusing Keffels of going to rehab for like clout and branding. Holy shit, how did I miss that? I was streaming at that point. Oh, that's real bad. It's not relevant to this, but it's real fucking bad. Like, holy hell. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's worse in context. Like, Jesus Christ. God damn. All right. Let's chill. Chill. Let's calm down. Let's get to the actual meat of where this is going, because we have been streaming for a long time. We've been on this for a long time. Let's talk about this, okay? I'm not going to go for very long. Just want to get the conclusion here. Yes, must decompress. Everyone decompress. Everyone calm down. We've been through a lot together. It's fine. We're all bonding here. This is good, okay? All right. So that was a lot for us to have to unpack. The overall conclusion that I'm going to come to this video is bad and Soulbunni should feel bad. This was a bad video. This is literally the worst video essay I think I have ever watched. Not even talking about how poorly edited it is or how poorly structured it is. It doesn't even feel like she had an outline writing this. It feels like she just took a collection of word vomit thoughts that she put in her fucking diary and then just put it into a video essay. But taking all of that out, this video is dishonest. It is spiteful, and it contributes fucking nothing to any kind of discourse. All this does is serve to attack other streamers for no other reason than just to gain prominence. And I'm not saying that I don't do the same thing, that this isn't that. I'm actually being honest with what I'm doing. Yes, of course I'm covering this because this gained traction, because I know that when this video comes out here in a couple of days, that I'm going to gain subscribers from this. Of course, that's part of it. But this video is actually harmful. It gives misinformation about intersectionality. It gives misinformation about activism. It gives misinformation about other content creators. People are going to watch this not knowing any of the context of any of these clips that she has dishonestly clipped out of context, and they're going to walk away just accepting what she says at face value, even though she fucking says nothing. The entire video, she just kind of vaguely gestures at racism, vaguely gestures at transphobia, and just accuses every single one of the creators that she flashed on screen at the beginning of the video doing racism and transphobia with their platforms, while providing absolutely zero fucking evidence, while providing absolutely zero fucking clips or context, or giving one source. This is by far the worst fucking video essay I have watched in a long goddamn time. Not only that, that's bad enough. But then she is unironically racist to Shark. She defends Cat Black's sexual harassment of Vosh. And the whole video is her and Rosalind just being racist against white people. I'm just gonna say it. This is just racism. It's not reverse racism. It's just racism. Reverse racism isn't the thing. It's just racism. Yeah, DJ Mule's video was more coherent than this, and DJ Mule's video was bad. Yeah, racism against Shark too. I think I said that, but if I didn't, I'm just saying it. Been holding off on talking about Soulbunni for a minute, and the reason for that is I did not want to come off like I was trying to attack a black trans woman, because I knew going in that I would be called racist, that I would be called transphobic, that I would be called X number of things. And you know what? That's going to happen anyway. I guarantee you. They're going to see this video. They're going to call me racist. They're going to call me transphobic. And I don't care. Soulbunni was 100 times more racist than I will ever be. Just in this one video. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect. But I'm fucking sorry. This is the worst video essay that I've seen in a while. It is unironically racist. It is actually spreading misinformation about several content creators, about intersectionality. This is bad. And yes, Ikströms, I am going to reiterate. Chat, do not engage. Do not go to Soulbunni's Twitter. Do not go to her comment section. Do not go into any of her video premiere chats. Do not engage. She is not worth your time. And for that matter, don't engage even if she was worth your time. At the end of the day, I'm going to tie this back to the harassment thing. This is all I can do. This is all I can do. I can just trust that you guys are going to listen to me. Soulbunni needs to be honest about her intentions. She needs to stop spreading misinformation. She needs to get a goddamn editor. This video sucked. It sucked, and she should feel bad about it. I really don't have that much more to say. And I actually feel like I have negative brain cells after watching this. Like, legitimately. Anyway, that is all I got. I will see you all next time. Go team. Holy fucking hell. What was that video? Yes, Paco. No, Netspace, sorry. Always important to remember videos and segments like Saige's are good for getting a solid point across, and the more negativity their targets get, the more that those targets will miss the memo. Also, let's be honest, these creators are going to get the harassment anyway. Don't add to that. Hell, don't waste your time. True. Bye, beyond safe words. Have a good night. Holy hell. All right. I have been streaming for 4 hours. I am not like going to be streaming for very long, but before I go, I gotta do it one more time. Okay? If you enjoy my streams, if you enjoy my videos, my content, please consider donating. Please consider donating on the website. You can get a tiered sub. You can donate through Streamlabs. You could get a channel membership or become a patron at Patreon. Or you can donate to my GoFundMe. Those are all good ways to support me. The links to my Patreon and GoFundMe are on the website. There are links in YouTube chat. If you would like those links, I can share them. Any site donations, any tiered subs tonight will go to me. This is going to be like the last call for that, and also anything donated is going to go towards the Cat Girl stream. We got 2 tier 1 subs, by the way, so I can actually update the the goal by $10, which I'll do real quick before we end things. Go ahead and do that. Let me see. Where is it? Okay. Here we go. Cat Girl stream. So yeah. If Willow did make an appearance, Spherical Cat. She was here right at the beginning, but she quickly decided she wanted to leave because she knew that if she stayed while we were watching Soulbunni's video, she would actually devolve. Yes, Willow did have better sense than we did. Thank you, Billy Eisenhower. Although I wouldn't characterize myself as a liberal. I would characterize myself as a leftist. Yeah, we are 30% of the way there. But yeah. I'm so tired. All right. Last call for donations. Last call for well, yeah, donations. And then we're gonna have to go because unfortunately I do have work tomorrow. And as much as I missed you all, I can't stream all night. Good night, Fellini Fiend. Thanks for showing up. All right. I think I'm gonna have to go to bed now. Everyone have a good night. I will see you all soon. Hopefully I'll be able to get a stream in on the 21st. I would like if I would be able to stream before then, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. So we're just going to have to hope for that. Good night, all.